evidence concerning mixtures. For example, the mixture blood sample that came from Ronald Goldman's shoe. And counsel, I reviewed the case authority cited by the prosecution yesterday, People versus Wash. I also reviewed the NRC report, again, section dealing with mixed samples, and specifically the discussion that is approximately page 55 to page 75 of the NRC report. And what I would like is out of the presence of the jury, an expert explanation as to how these auto rads are read with regards to these mixtures and what the significance is, and why I should not require a statistical analysis as is suggested by the NRC at page 59. All right, Mr. Clark, your evidence, ball's in your court.
Yes. Dr. Cotton, again, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Cotton.
Your Honor, just a clarification, do you want this also to apply to the second mixture, which they intend to introduce testimony of?
Yes.
Namely, steering wheel 29.
Yes, 78 and 29. All right, good morning again, Dr. Cotton. You're reminded you're under oath for the purpose of this proceeding as well. Mr. Clark.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, are you familiar with the issue that the court has framed and wishes you to address?
Yes, I am.
All right. With respect to, in particular, item number 78, the bottom of Mr. Goldman's shoe, did you perform RFLP typing on that particular sample that was provided to your laboratory?
Yes, we did.
In the course of that RFLP typing, what results did you obtain?
We obtained a banding pattern that was clearly a mixture, and
How do you know it's clearly a mixture?
the best indication from the banding pattern that it's a mixture is that the intensities of the bands in the pattern are different, and there are more than 8 bands in the cocktail, and in the individual probes there is at least one probe where you see 3. So the total number of bands and the differing intensities of the bands confirms that in fact you have more than 2 people there.
Your Honor, with the court's
more than 1 person there.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we illustrate that by use of the overhead projector?
Yes, I'd like to see the auto rad.
Dr. Patton, you have the original auto rad
Yes.
that deals with item 78. I believe that would have been my next exhibit anyway. Shall we just go ahead and mark that as the people's next in order?
Might as well.
257, I believe.
All right, equals 257. But remark it in front of the jury so that they're
Yes.
aware.
Discussed this yesterday in terms of marking the exhibits. With respect to this particular auto rad, there is what the witness has just described as a, quote, cocktail, and then there are associated auto rads that basically look at the individual loci one at a time. So would the court like that, for instance, marked 257A through whatever? I think that might be easier.
All right, if it's associated to the same test, I would assume that would be the most logical way to do it.
It is.
All right.
All right, Dr. Cotton, with regard to this particular test, that involved item number 78.
That's right.
Did it involve any other test samples, that is, evidence samples in this case, other than known samples?
Yes, there are 2 other evidence samples displayed on this film.
What items are those?
They are item 52 and item number 12.
All right, how many auto-rads total are there in this one particular RFLP test?
7.
With respect to those auto rads, would it be appropriate to begin with what's been referred to as the cocktail auto rad?
For this purpose, I would say yes.
Okay. Then, Your Honor, if we could mark the cocktail as A.
257A.
And then with respect to the remaining auto rads, do they then represent individual loci or individual genetic markers, type 1 at a time?
Yes.
Are there names for each of those markers? Perhaps we can, would the court like the witness to describe what marker will be B, which marker is C, and so forth at this point?
You need to show me why this comes in, so.
Would it be appropriate to mark the first individual genetic marker test, MS1, as the letter B?
Yes.
Is MS1 simply the description of that particular marker?
Yes.
Would it be appropriate to mark as next in order that autorad that deals with the probe MS31?
Yes, but there are two of them, and you might want to distinguish them by their development date.
Okay. As far as C, then, what date should we attach to that?
10/11/94.
And is that date actually on that particular autorad?
Yes.
All right. And with respect to the second autorad dealing with this genetic marker MS31, what date is it?
11/1/94.
That'll be D.
With regard to E, would it be appropriate that that be the particular genetic marker that is the autorad resulting from the test of the genetic marker MS43?
Yes.
And that must leave us one genetic marker. Is that G3?
No, we have two left.
Okay.
G3 and YNH24.
So F would be G3
Yes.
and G would be YNH24?
Yes.
Are these letters and numbers simply designations for these different genetic markers?
Yes.
All right. Then with the court's permission, what I'm going to ask the witness to do is, first of all, to look at these autorads in the order that they've been marked by projecting them on the Elmo machine and then having the witness describe item 78 and its results.
All right.
Dr. Cotton?
But, counsel, for the purpose of this hearing, what I'm interested in is how do we determine that it's a mixture? And then my next question is, once I come to the conclusion that there's a scientific basis for determining that there's a mixture, the next thing I'm interested in is why shouldn't I require a statistical analysis or statistical significance factor attached to that conclusion that the relevant parties aren't excluded based upon the comments of the NRC at page 59? Okay.
Just to say, we'll stipulate that it's a mixture, so you can get right onto the second issue if you want.
I'd like to see it.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Cotton, could we start with the cocktail then, exhibit 257A, I believe? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, can you now see this particular autorad 257A, the cocktail?
Yes, but it'd be easier if I could come
All right.
down there.
Then with the court's permission, could the witness come down so that she can, and if necessary, she can view the projector screen and if necessary, use the point method. Now, Dr. Cotton, without getting into detail about exactly what's on this autorad in terms of items other than 78 and the known samples, is this the particular autorad that would have been the first one developed in your examination using RFLP typing of item 78?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as the results that are shown there, do they demonstrate the existence of a mixture?
For item 78, they do.
How do you know that?
If you count up the number of bands, if I remember correctly, in this cocktail there are 11. The cocktail is a group of 4 probes. So if you expect to see 2 bands maximum with each probe, then for a single person with a group of 4, you would expect to see 8.
Here
So-
we have 11,
And here we have 11.
and they appear to be of differing intensities.
Yes, you can see that the lower 3 bands are much different in intensity than the upper band, than the bands above them. And that is the second clear indication that you have a mixture there.
Now, with regard to this initial autoradiograph, and you've described how you were able to determine a mixture, were you able to make any comparisons with known individuals who are also shown on this autorad?
There were, essentially, you're making comparisons with all the known individuals on the autorad, and 2 of the known individuals on the autorad are consistent with being contributors to item 78.
Who are those 2 individuals?
Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman.
Now, with respect to these, and you've identified 3 lower bands as being less in intensity than the remaining bands,
Yes,
are those based on this initial autorad, and I'm referring to the 3 bands, the 3 less intense bands, are they attributable to one person or the other?
yes, they are attributable to, or consistent with Mr. Goldman.
Are they consistent or inconsistent, that is the 3 bands again, with Nicole Brown?
They are inconsistent with Nicole Brown.
Based on this first test or first typing process using this RFLP method, what conclusions were you then able to reach?
For that sample, the conclusion would be that you do have 2 people there, and the possible contributors from the known individuals that we have would be the major amount of DNA coming from or consistent with Nicole Brown, and the minor amount of DNA consistent with some of the bands in Mr. Goldman's pattern. There are not all of his bands there. In this cocktail, there are only 3.
Is this feature of differences in intensity something that you've experienced in the past in your casework?
Yes, it's not at all unusual to see this kind of situation.
Now, do you in fact go further and look at these genetic markers individually?
Yes.
All right. First of all, while the cocktail autorad 257A is on the projector, are there any further features about this autorad that are significant as far as determining the existence of this mixture and who may or may not have contributed to it?
No, I think we've covered them.
All right. Then, Your Honor, I'd like to use 257B if I could.
All right,
That's
Mr.
the
Clark,
next.
at this point, I'm persuaded that there's a scientific basis for determining the mixtures here. And from what I've learned so far, there's a basis to determine that there's an ability to differentiate contributors.
All right.
All right, so let's cut to the chase.
Okay. Actually, perhaps I can do it in just a very short form by asking the witness, with respect to the remaining autorads that deal with these genetic markers individually, what information, that is, what further information, if any, did they provide you in interpreting the existence of this mixture and who may or may not have been a contributor to it?
In using the individual films, there's a small additional amount of information. One is on the MS1 film, there are 4 bands seen. 2 are consistent with Nicole Brown and 2 are consistent with Mr. Goldman. And one of those bands that's seen on that film is not visible on this cocktail. That brings the total number of bands consistent with Mr. Goldman to 4. and that is the total number of bands through all the testing on 78 that were consistent with Mr. Goldman. There's, I think if I remember correctly, one other piece of information on one of the other probes where you see again one of the three bands that you saw initially, and that may be the G3 probe, although I'd have to check to be sure. So you can identify one of the three bands from the cocktail as coming from a specific probe, one of them coming from MS1, one from another one, I think is G3. That leaves you a third band on that cocktail that you can't identify which probe it came from. And it adds, the MS1 individual film adds the fourth band, giving you a partial pattern of a second person.
All right, perhaps you could retake the witness stand, Dr. Cotton.
All right, Mr. Clark, let me interrupt you.
Mr. Schuman, what article are you reading right now?
An article about DNA.
All right. I seem to see a picture of the defendant as you turned it over. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. While the jury is here, don't do that.
I'll make sure I put it.
Thank you. Mr. Clark.
All right, Dr. Cotton, with respect to this mixture as you've described it, you ultimately rendered conclusions about item number 78 that you placed in your report. Is that right?
That's right.
What conclusions were reported?
We reported that the DNA banding pattern, from item 78 consisted of two separate patterns. One matches Nicole Brown, and there are four bands remaining. Those four bands match four of Mr. Goldman's pattern, and that Mr. Goldman could not be included or definitively excluded as the donor of those additional four bands.
With respect to the match between 8 of the bands on item 78 and Nicole Brown, did you report a frequency to describe approximately how common or how rare those characteristics shared by item 78, that is those 8 bands, and Miss Brown were?
Yes, we did.
Did you also report an approximation of the frequencies of the characteristics shared by the additional 4 bands with Mr. Goldman?
No, we did not.
Why not?
Because we only have 4 bands and clearly do not have a complete banding pattern, then the result is basically inconclusive with regard to Mr. Goldman. And we felt that based on our opinion that the result was inconclusive, an additional frequency for those bands would not be necessary. We wouldn't normally do that.
Would it be, in your opinion, appropriate to report frequencies for those 4 additional bands that could have come from Mr. Goldman?
There's nothing wrong with doing it. It, however, in my opinion, regardless of whether or not you attach a frequency to those 4 bands, it is still an inconclusive result, and therefore attaching that frequency seems somewhat non-helpful.
What frequency calculation did you make for Nicole Brown Simpson?
We made a usual frequency calculation for all of the bands that are consistent with her, using the frequencies for each band for each probe in the usual multiplication manner.
The court addressed, and you probably heard the court address, the NRC report and calculating frequency data.
Yes,
You have, well, first of all, you're familiar with the NRC report,
yes.
and have you read it previously?
I've read it many times.
With regard to the NRC report and its discussion of population frequency data, what does it say about calculating frequencies for a situation like Mr. Goldman's 4-banded pattern?
Mr. Clark, I didn't read that overnight, so I can't tell you exactly what it says.
Okay. With respect to this type of reporting, in other words, should a frequency, in your view, be reported for this material, you've described how you didn't do that. You've described also the fact that it can be done. Let's shift your attention to PCR testing. First of all, was PCR typing conducted on material from this same stain?
Yes.
With what type of results? Without getting into the actual numbers for each genetic marker, can you tell us what those results revealed?
There's clearly a mixture based on the PCR results also.
And how do you reach that conclusion?
If I'm remembering correctly, for at least one of the markers, there are 3 alleles, and again, get more than 2, there you have a strong indication you have a second person.
Or more than one.
Yes, or more than one, sure.
With regard to those, then, that mixture, were you able to determine whether or not individuals in this case, that is the known samples, any of them could be excluded or included?
Yes, we were.
With what results as to this particular item and based on PCR typing?
The results are basically the same as the RFLP, that Nicole Brown and Mr. Goldman can be included. Mr. Simpson is excluded.
As far as these individuals and their ability to be included, what about assigning population frequency estimates to that? How do you feel about that?
We didn't assign any population frequency estimates to that. The signal on the dot plot are not sufficiently differentiated that you can say these 2 alleles must be from the major contributor and this other 1 or 2 from the minor contributor. You can't really tell that apart on the PCR result. So we didn't attach any frequency to the result at all.
So this was a different situation than the RFLP results where there was clearly a difference in intensity.
That's right.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? As far as these results, and let's take them in total now, the RFLP results as well as the PCR-based results, do they provide you any additional information about whether or not it would be appropriate to basically sum up frequencies to describe the significance of these mixtures or these alleles contained in these mixtures?
Actually, it's a little easier, I think, to think about them separately as opposed to together.
Okay.
The PCR mixture, the signals indicate there's a mixture, but it's not, you can't differentiate one contributor from the other. In that case, it would not be inappropriate to basically do a calculation that says, what's the sum of every possible contributor to this mixture? On the RFLP results, however, the signals are so well differentiated and that I think it would be very much understating the strength of the data to do that type of calculation for the RFLP result.
Would it be understating it not to provide any frequencies to describe these mixtures or this mixture?
I don't see any reason not to provide a frequency for the bands that are consistent with Nicole Brown, that they are so much more intense than the 4 additional bands. I don't see that calculating a frequency for those 4 additional bands adds a lot. That's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, any questions?
Yeah, one more. Give the original. Woody, give the original on the cocktail. Let's go there. All right. Dr. Cotton, as a rule, at Cellmark Diagnostics, when you receive samples to do DNA testing, you're limiting your assessment of the evidence to the DNA itself. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
And you are there to basically do two things. One, determine whether bands are present, or dots in the case of PCR typing. And two, if they are present, to estimate the frequency or rareness of that particular pattern. Is that correct?
That's the normal progress of the analysis, yes.
Well, I mean, you're not supposed to have any of the biases or other influences that, say, detectives working on the case would have. You're simply looking at it in a purely scientific fashion. Isn't that right?
We're giving our estimation of what the data says.
And when you look at the, and when you give your estimation of what the data says, you're to do that in a way that is not biased or influenced by other non-scientific evidence in the case. Isn't that right?
This is not helpful to me.
Well, Your Honor, I believe actually it will be helpful to you because it will give you a context in which to understand
Counsel,
her
I
impression of the photo ad.
understand completely the context. I want to know why this is your motion to require the prosecution to provide statistical significance calculations for the mixtures. That's all I'm interested in.
All right. Can you please light up the cocktail? All right. Can you see it from where you are?
I'd actually rather step down there if you don't
Please do.
mind.
Now, one of the things that you were talking about before under Mr. Clark's questioning was the disparity in the intensity of certain bands as an indication of possible different sources. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree, when you look at the bands, first of all, in item 78, that if we count from the top, there's it's difficult to see on the overhead, Your Honor, but beneath the first band, are there two bands very, very close together
Yes.
that appear almost as on the overhead as a single large blob, so to speak?
I don't think it looks like a single large blob. It looks like a, do you want me to use the pointer thing?
Please do. That would be great. Or at least to please point out the two bands that I'm referring to.
Now, are you talking about these two right here?
That's right.
Okay. I see two bands there.
All right.
And the upper one is less intense than the lower one and a little bit less intense than the very top one.
Okay, and did you make a determination as to that, the less intense band of the two bands that are very close together, whether that is consistent with bands for Nicole Brown Simpson or for Ronald Goldman?
I believe on using the individual probes following the cocktail that this band is consistent with Nicole Brown.
Okay, and would you agree that that light band is considerably less intense than the band directly beneath it?
Yes.
And the band directly beneath it is consistent with Ronald Goldman, is it not?
No, I don't think so. You're talking about this darker one right here.
Yes. Now go across to the column which has Ronald Goldman's pattern in it.
Yes.
And do you see a band in approximately the same location?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, would you agree that there is differing intensity between the band that you just described as being above that band in the in item 78's lane, and some of the other bands that you attribute to Nicole Simpson Brown, or you say are consistent with Nicole Simpson Brown?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, even within the same individual, you are observing on this lane bands of differing intensities. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And again, if you go down to the next band, that's a band that you believe is consistent or in the same position as bands in Nicole Simpson Brown's lane.
Yes.
And then you go down one more, and that's another band that you believe is consistent with Nicole Simpson Brown?
Yes.
Sorry. And would you agree that that band that you attribute to Nicole Brown Simpson or say is consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson also has a differing intensity than other bands that you say are consistent with her profile?
It looks slightly different up here. If you want me to give you the best judgment, I might want to look at it here on the light box for just a second.
Please do.
Rather than, I'd be happy to look at the copy as opposed to the taking the original off the thing. No.
And so now that you've had a chance to look at it on the light box, Dr. Cotton, would you agree that that other band that I just called your attention to, which you say is consistent with bands coming from Nicole Brown Simpson, that that too is less intense than bands above and beneath it, which you also say are consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes, slightly.
Okay. And now also, while you're there, could you take a look at the lane next to it, for item 52?
Yes.
You see that? All right. And a moment ago, you said that one of the,
Refresh my recollection. What is item 50?
item 52 is one of the drops at Bundy.
Okay.
In fact, it's the drop that's closest to the alleyway, Your Honor.
Okay.
So that's what they say it is. All right? And item 52 in the banding pattern, you believe represents DNA donated by one person. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that even though you say it's from one person, that as far as band intensity goes, that the three bands, the first three bands at the top are considerably fainter than the three lower bands?
All right, Mr. Neufeld, what does this got to do with the mixture?
Oh. What it has to do with the mixture is simply that one of the criteria that this witness was using to try and disaggregate the mixture and give, therefore, a frequency for a complete profile as opposed to using the NRC method of aggregating those frequencies was her opinion that you can rely on the fact that there's a differing intensity in the bands.
All right,
And so I'm just,
that's pretty clear, isn't it? That's what you said. All
well,
right.
no, that you said it, but what I'm saying is that the evidence here belies that position as a criteria for making that distinction in a scientific fashion. That's the point.
All right, anything else? for
Yes.
This witness.
Now, you said that you've read the NRC report many, many times?
I have, but
Okay.
I did not read it last night.
All right, well, there is a sentence in the NRC report which says that if a suspect, and I quote, if a suspect's pattern is found within the mixed pattern, the appropriate frequency to assign such a match is the sum of the frequencies of all genotypes that are contained within the mixed pattern, unquote. All right?
Yes?
Number one, have you ever seen any scientific publication which contradicted that approach to aggregating genotypes for mixed stains?
I don't recall seeing a specific scientific publication that has addressed that issue other than the NRC report.
So I take it then your answer is there's no scientific literature that you're aware of that would contradict?
That I'm aware of.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. And one last thing, Dr. Cotton, just so I'm clear on this, by your own remarks in response to Mr. Clark's questions, what you're saying is that as to the PCR profiles, though, you would agree that the appropriate approach is to aggregate those genotype frequencies?
If one is going to put a number associated with that data, then that would be the appropriate approach.
Okay. By the way, no, nothing else at this point.
All right. Mr. Clark, anything further for Dr. Cotton?
Yes, may I?
Briefly.
Dr. Cotton, with regard to these PCR results, do you feel it's appropriate to assign numbers to mixtures?
Objection is which feels.
Well, those are professional opinions, what I assume the question is.
Yes, it's perfectly appropriate.
In terms of your actual reporting, why didn't you do that?
We felt that simply stating that these individuals were not excluded was also an appropriate way to report that data. When you're reporting data, there can be very legitimate differences from one laboratory to the next, and there are some things where there's no exactly right or exactly wrong way to do it. That was the method we chose. There's also nothing wrong with giving a composite frequency for all contributors to that, or all possible contributors to that set of types.
Just with respect, and I'd like to direct your attention simply to the DQ alpha results on item number 78. Do you recall those?
You can ask your question, but I might need to look at them.
All right. Do you have before you, in one of your notebooks, the actual results, PCR-based DQ alpha results for item
Yes,
78?
are you thinking about looking at the strips or just looking at the types?
Just the types that were detected.
Okay. Okay, I've got the right page.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm simply going to ask, and I think the DQ alpha results are illustrative, ask the witness to write down, were this summing process to occur, all of the different types that would be involved in it, because I think that's probative.
All right, briefly and quickly.
Dr. Cotton, with regard to the DQ alpha results, can you describe for the court each of the various types that could have contributed to this sample, as the court has expressed an interest in this type of summing process?
Well, we can give an example. If I miss a type somewhere in there, we'll have to let me think about it. But I can give you the idea.
Okay.
Do you want me to just say it, or did you want to
Actually, I was
write
going
it
to have you
down?
draw it on the diagram.
Okay.
Just,
I don't think you need to do that.
okay.
I'll listen carefully.
All right.
Okay.
With regard to the various types, would it then be the case, and first of all, what are the results on item 78, just DQ alpha?
There's a 1.1, a 1.3, a 4, and there could be in there a 1.2, and you can't prove that it's there or prove that it's not there. So for purposes of this, it would be prudent to include that as a possible fourth type. So let's include the 1.2.
So that's a feature of the DQ alpha testing process itself?
That's right.
You have to assume under certain circumstances that a type might be there.
That's exactly right.
Now, with regard to this summing process, are there then a number of different possibilities in terms of the types of people, of individual people who could have contributed to that sample?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
No, I can't tell you how many right off the top of my head. And the other thing is that when you think about how many, wait, why don't you ask me again? Because maybe I'm not getting what you're asking.
With regard to the field of possible contributors, and I'm only referring to different genotypes who could
Okay.
have contributed to that sample. First of all, are there more than 2 possible types that contributed to that sample?
Oh, there's many possibilities.
Okay, when you say many, do you have an approximation of how many without sitting down and actually?
No.
Okay. When you say many, are we talking more than 2?
Yeah, probably more than 10.
And I believe you said there's, what, only 21 different genotypes to start with?
That's right.
Okay. Are there then a series of genotypes that may very well have absolutely nothing to do with the contribution to that sample?
Yes, certainly.
By summing all of those genotypes, is that, in your opinion, misleading at all?
What's misleading?
Oh,
You mean by summing all the possible genotypes that could have contributed to this grouping of 4, is that misleading at all?
Well, let me ask it a different way. If one were to sum all of these genotypes to create a frequency, could you then end up with a frequency that's far more common than the truth is as far as that mixture is concerned?
Objections toward truth.
rephrase the question.
All right. By summing all of those frequencies, could you then obtain a frequency that's far more common than the frequencies of the actual contributors to that stain?
Of course.
Is that, in your view, well, do you believe the summing process then has a weakness as far as being accurate?
The summing process gives you an extremely conservative idea of what percentage of the population could have contributed to these set of types.
So in this summing process, are you including types that may have absolutely nothing to do with item number 78?
Yes, you are. There's something else that nobody's said here, and that is, when you do this summing process, you have to make an assumption. Do I have 2 contributors? And then, based on 2, you would sum everything up. If you said, well, maybe I have 3 contributors, and you summed from that perspective, then your frequency would be still yet more conservative. Or if you postulated 4 contributors. So in doing that summation and doing that calculation, you have to make some assumption. I'm going to do the calculation based on 2 possible contributors and then do it from there. If you did it based on 3, it would give you a different result. And then also in doing it, you would need to say, am I going to assume these people are Caucasian or Hispanic or African American, and various combinations would also change the result.
In your view scientifically, is it scientifically appropriate to simply conclude from a mixture that you're unable to exclude an individual or individuals?
Yes, I think that's scientifically appropriate.
Anything else, Mr. Clark?
Not misleading in any manner to do so?
I don't think it's misleading. Clearly, if you say these 2 people can't be excluded, you might also be saying other groupings of people can't be excluded also, if you get my... That is, if I was asked, can these 2 people be excluded, the answer is no, they cannot. Can other combinations of people also not be excluded? The answer would be, that's correct. They can't be, other combinations of people can't be excluded either.
In other words, you feel to describe it in that manner, not just that the people can't be, or certain people can't be excluded, but others can't be excluded as well, that's scientifically appropriate.
Certainly.
All right. Briefly.
First of all, Dr. Cotton, if you have 21 genotypes and you know which alleles are not present, you could simply take all the possible heterozygous and homozygous frequent genotype frequencies for those alleles which are not present and add up the sum of those frequencies, could you?
Yes, the ones that could be present plus the ones that couldn't be present equals the total.
Exactly. So if you start out with 100% and you subtract the genotype frequencies which could not be present, which could not have contributed to that mixture, and you subtract that from 100%, you're left with some number, right?
Yes.
And that number is the same whether you have 2 contributors, 3 contributors, or 10 contributors. Isn't that right?
I'm not so sure that that's right.
Are you sure that it's wrong?
No,
That's real
these
helpful.
these calculations, sometimes I have to take a piece of paper and work on them and then answer that question. I'm not sure that it's wrong, but I'm not sure that it's
Okay.
right.
And just getting back to one other point, other than the NRC report, which says that you indeed have to aggregate this data, you're aware of no authority to the contrary.
You've already asked that question.
Okay. The only point I would make, Your Honor, is whether...
We're not in argument yet.
All right.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Dr. Cotton, you can step down. All right, Mr. Clark, any comment briefly?
Yes. Just briefly, Your Honor, I think under these circumstances, and as the witness has already noted, that under the specific circumstances of the testing involved, and we're looking at item number 78 in particular, that under those circumstances, particularly when one takes into account the RFLP typing pattern.
Well, Mr. Clark, let me ask you this. Assuming that because of the manner in which Dr. Cotton just testified, that it's not inappropriate to testify both that these persons are not excluded and on cross-examination be cross-examined as to the population frequencies in an aggregate, don't we come to the same information? You get to do your way on direct and they get to cross-examine?
I think that goes back to the actual objection itself. The objection was to the board. And I think we need to put that back into its proper perspective. That was the objection. My intent is to ask the witness basically what the court just heard. Can you exclude these people? No, I can't. Are there also other types, other groups of people that you cannot exclude? That's certainly true. They have different genotypes. And I think that's an appropriate way of characterizing it. And I think if the defense wants to elicit from the witness frequency data, summing it up and obtaining what other numbers, they have a right to do that. Because I think that's generally direct examination and cross-examination.
All right.
Your Honor, 2 things. First of all, I would note that I did have a chance last night to look at the cases that were cited by Mr. Harmon, and neither of them stands for the proposition. You know that already?
Did not find them to be germane.
Okay, I agree. Your Honor, the issue here is not what the defense can do on cross-examination. The issue is, number 1, what does the law of California compel? And number 2, what does the scientific literature, which is unrefuted, state is obligatory on the part of somebody trying to present data? And on both those points, there is unanimity that if they wish to present data...
Well, Barney is dicta, counsel.
It's not, I don't think it's dicta in Barney that DNA evidence without a number is meaningless. I think what they're simply saying is that statistics have to be reported. That's also frankly, when you read the NRC report, that's one of the most important reoccurring themes in the entire, 150 pages. And no one's questioning that here. Your own ruling, in fact, explicitly so held back in April.
In a much different context.
Well, the NRC report and Barney makes no distinction between mixed stains and stains that allegedly come from a single source. More importantly, Your Honor, is what we're concerned with is how is the jury going to accept all this? And if on the one hand you have them describing numbers of 1 in 8 billion or 1 in 25 billion for a particular profile where they say it's consistent with one person, and then in the very next box they describe a mixture and say that we can't exclude Mr. Goldman or we can't exclude Nicole Brown Simpson, the jury will draw the logical inference that the same kinds of statistics apply there as well. It's not incumbent on me as a defense attorney to debunk that misstatement of the objective data. They have an independent duty not to mislead or confuse the jury long before we ever get to cross-examination. That's what Barney recognizes. That's what the NRC report recognizes. What Robin Cotton has told us is that, yes, those numbers can be calculated. And they can be calculated without a great deal of difficulty. With regard to the stain on the steering wheel 29, I sat down and did it in about 15 minutes. Certainly, they can do that for both item 78 and item 29, and those numbers can be presented to the jury. If they choose not to present the numbers, which is required by the report and part of the decision in Barney, they should simply be precluded from putting on that evidence of those mixtures. The reason they don't wish to put on those numbers is they want to mislead the jury. If they didn't want to mislead the jury, they would do what is considered scientifically acceptable. Robin Cotton did not cite a single authority to say it's scientifically acceptable to put on DNA evidence of a match in a mixed stain without reporting a frequency. That's the point here, and that's the simple thing we're asking the court to decide and to compel the people to do. And if there's no authority to the contrary, I don't see why, either in logic or law, they should be allowed to do something which does have the effect of confusing and misleading this jury. That's all we're asking for. We're not saying they can't present any evidence of mixtures. Let them present them, but present them in a fair and impartial way. And what they're doing is misleading the jury. It's not fair, and it's not impartial.
Comments?
I can guarantee to the court that there will be differences between the sides about what those numbers are. I don't think the matter is nearly as simple as Mr. Neufeld would have the court believe. That's the first observation. The second observation is, and it's interesting to hear the discussions about People versus Barney, because Barney appears to be dying under the weight of authority that's happened since then. As the court provided to counsel today,
Yes, the Met News reports that Barney is mentioned disparagingly.
and as was the case with conventional serology back in the 1980s when Mr. Harmon and I became involved in this area, it appears that by the weight of authority, again, courts are accepting the original testing the way it was done. So I think to use Barney in the context of a mixture, or to use the NRC report in 1995 based on evidence provided in 1990, 1991, and early 92 to describe where we are today, and to turn that into a compulsion that a witness provide a frequency that the court has already heard, she doesn't feel is frankly a perfectly fair way of approaching it, as opposed to describing the facts, that certain people are excluded, certain people are not excluded, and to allow the defense to elicit testimony in a manner that they feel is appropriate under these circumstances is frankly the criminal justice system by itself.
All right, thank you, counsel. No,
Just in regard to the cases that you handed out today, I'd like to just comment on that and limit it to that.
to the case that was brought out today. All right, Edmondson.
Just that, Your Honor, those cases where they distinguish or talk about Barney are only talking about Barney's comments on the product rule versus the sealing approach. There's absolutely no comment in any of those cases disparaging the need to have some kind of statistical significance to the meaning of a match, be it in a mixed stain or a single stain. And that's an important point here. That's what we're talking about, and I haven't seen any legal authority to the contrary on that.
All right. Court's going to require the prosecution to present some type of statistical analysis with regards to the mixtures. All right, let's have the jury.
Have a couple minutes if she could.
Okay,
Thank you.
since we've been at it for a while. All right, we'll take a recess.
Right? Based on the testimony of Dr. Cotton yesterday, Your Honor, I believe as a matter of foundation, there's a foundation objection to her, any testimony that she will give in the immediate future as to either a match or a statistical probability for items 78, 56, 52, 47, and 12 for the following reasons. But one thing they still have to, whether or not the Fry issues were deemed waived by the court, the foundation issues remain, the fundamental foundation issues. And they have to demonstrate when a witness takes a stand that they use the generally accepted methods in this particular case, in this particular instance. And
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet.
well, she did. She testified to the methods she used yesterday, Your Honor. And what she testified to was that they have 3 negative controls that they use in their casework. The first negative control being testing.
I was here. I heard it.
Okay. And what you should know is that we now know from her direct testimony that one of those 3 negative controls wasn't used at all, namely on the substrates, that the reagent control, that is the very initial control that's used, failed with respect to the various item numbers that I've just given, and that the amplification blank, which is the only remaining control, occurs further on down the line, such that if the initial control fails, that trumps any subsequent control. So consequently, you have a failure of the controls or an absence of the controls, and you have the laboratory, in this particular case, not using the generally accepted methods to arrive at a result. And so on purely foundation grounds, we would object to the introduction of any evidence as to those particular items.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, I think the testimony has already demonstrated the witness described the procedures used. They were correct procedures in her opinion. And in fact, as I think the testimony will demonstrate, well, already has demonstrated, it complies with the court's order dated several weeks ago about what was necessary in terms of a foundation and the use of correct procedures. The witness has described her opinion, and the court has heard no contrary evidence to this point.
All right. The objection is overruled, subject to a motion to strike at a later time. All right. Let's have the jury. Presented to you, so I apologize to you for the delay in getting started. We also had a hard time rounding up all the necessary parties before getting started this morning. Also, I understand we had some modifications to Cinema 1 and Cinema 2. All right, I take it they're acceptable? All right, you might want to write a thank you note to the king. Also, counsel, I have modified the jury box slightly. I've asked everybody in row number 1 to slide down 1 seat so that juror number 1 is protected by the monitors from the errant display boards. All right, that's for juror number 1's protection. All right, Mr. Clark, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Cotton, just briefly, you had described the fact that Dr. Blake had actually performed this cutting process on, I believe it was 6 of the evidence items yesterday.
Yes.
With regard to those cuttings, were you present when they took place
Yes, I was.
and observed what took place?
Yes.
In your opinion, did Dr. Blake do anything that might contaminate those samples by his cutting process?
No.
Now, have you, since we broke yesterday, had an opportunity to look at one of those boards that I showed you yesterday that dealt with the chain of custody of certain items received in your laboratory?
Yes, I have.
All right. Referring you to that board that's marked People's Exhibit 209, did you have a chance to look at, in particular, the 4 items that have your laboratory's name labeled at the far right, which are items 7, 12, 49, and 56?
Yes, I did.
And does that board accurately reflect your laboratory's receipt of those 4 items on the day after the date on the board, which in the case of each of the 4 is April 3, 1995?
Yes, our records reflect that we received them the day after the date on the board.
All right, very good. Now, Dr. Cotton, if I could, I believe we were about to get started on that when we recessed yesterday. With respect to the autorad that has already been marked People's Exhibit 246, and which we have made copies or had prepared copies for each of the jurors, which I believe are marked People's Exhibit 256. That autorad, in fact, contains the known DNA from the 3 parties in this case. Is that right?
That's right.
That would include Mr. Simpson,
Yes.
Nicole Brown,
Yes.
and Ronald Goldman?
Yes.
All right. Does that autorad demonstrate any differences in their DNA patterns?
Yes, it does.
Does that autorad also have a particular item of evidence that was tested at the same time?
Yes.
What item is that?
I believe it's item 56.
Is that a shoe print or, I'm sorry, is that actually a bloodstained shoe print?
That's what you have conveyed to me.
Now, Your Honor, it'd be my request to re-hand out these copies for each of the jurors so that they can utilize that during the witness's testimony about this particular x-ray.
Yes, proceed.
I'm actually looking for the earlier marked one, 246. I'm wondering if perhaps it's in the pile with 256.
I don't think so. I just sent Mrs. Robertson on another errand, so
All right.
256,
246.
246. All right, Mrs. Robertson has the original.
Thank you. Dr. Cotton, what I'm going to ask you to do, and first of all, have you had an opportunity to see what these x-rays look like when they're projected onto the upper screen?
Yes, I have.
With respect to 246 then, would it assist you in describing the results on this particular x-ray to have it on the screen so that you can point out certain things?
Sure.
All right, with the court's permission, then I'd like to display People's 246.
Proceed.
And Dr. Cotton, can you step down here, and would that aid in your ability to point out particular items on this particular x-ray, as well as by using the point maker?
Yes, and maybe if we have one other copy or the original, we could lay it on the small light box also.
All right, let me ask you a couple questions. You have the original x-rays in this case,
I have the original autorads in this case.
and when we say autorad and x-ray,
X-ray,
is that the same thing?
yes.
Okay. You have the originals, and then have there been copies provided to both sides in this case?
Yes.
All right. With respect to these originals versus the copies, what differences are there, if any?
The copies may have, for the most part, there's no differences. When a band is very light, the copy may not show that band quite as clearly as the original. And the only way to determine that is to hold them side by side and see if you can see it as clearly on a copy as you can on the original.
All right. Do we have, in fact, a small light box also in court on counsel table?
Yes.
And would it assist you to use that light box to look at the original, just in case there are any differences between the original and the copy?
Well, actually, what I'm concerned with is how it looks up on the screen as opposed to how it would look on the light box. So
All right.
that's why that helps me to have the light box there.
Then with the court's permission, we will adopt that procedure and be able to display to the jury on the projection screen itself.
All right, proceed.
All right, Dr. Cotton, if you could you obtain the original of what's been marked, not only People's 246, but also the copies, People's Exhibit 256?
Here is the original for this film.
Court's permission, prior to discussing, and there aren't very many samples on these autorads, I'd like to at least show briefly to the jury the particular item of evidence that's been described by previous witnesses.
Referring specifically to 56.
Exactly, and I believe that particular photo board is Exhibit 165.
All right.
Your Honor, I would only make an objection subject to clarification from the court that again on the chain of custody, that she's not testifying that it's that item.
Correct.
I would just simply ask for that instruction from the court.
I think that's apparent already from the testimony. It's apparent already from the testimony.
Specifically on this exhibit, Your Honor, which I believe is People's Exhibit 165, in particular to the photograph on the top row, 3 photos from the left, labeled item number 56. Now, Dr. Cotton, with regard to this particular X-ray, first of all, is this an X-ray that was developed following your use of this RFLP typing process?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could you describe for us what this X-ray shows in broad terms? In other words, how is it oriented? What are the samples on it, and so forth?
Okay, let me just start with telling you that this is the right way to hold it. The dark lettering or the dark background to the lettering at the top, you want to be up. The lettering across the top is simply the number of the gel that these samples were loaded on. F is on there because it's a forensic case and not a paternity case. If it was a paternity case, that would be a P. 08, 09, 94 is the date the gel was run on, and 15A is simply the number of the gel tank that the gel was run on. And this lettering is actually essentially burned into the film. That is, it's exposed at the time the film is made, so it can't be erased or taken off in any way, and this is our permanent record that this film goes with a particular case. Now, on your films, although it's not shown on the screen, you can see that there's handwriting at the bottom, and that handwriting at the bottom is written on here by the analyst who's doing the test, and he or she is taking that record from the case folder where it's listed the order that the samples were loaded into the gel, and so these are our sample numbers across the bottom, and then the case number and the gel number is written again, and then you see the letters SLC. That refers to the fact that this film is made with a group of probes, and in the lab we call it a cocktail, so that stands for single locus cocktail. The reason, if you remember in the examples that we've talked about so far, we keep talking about for one genetic location you'll see 2 bands. Well, obviously here, and now you can sort of move to the screen, you see that there are multiple bands in many of the lanes here, and that's because 4 different probes were added to this film. This is done in our lab. It's the first edition of probes. And then, and we haven't mentioned this before, once you add probes to a membrane and you allow them to bind and you get your X-ray film off, you can strip those probes away without removing very much of the DNA on the membrane and come back and then do another probe on that membrane, get another film, finish that, strip that probe off, and come back and do it again. And depending on the amount of DNA that you have on that film, you may be able to do that many, many times.
Let me stop you for a moment, Dr. Cotton. When you've described that this particular X-ray includes 4 different probes done at once,
Yes.
why do you do that? Why don't you just do one at a time?
If we are comparing evidence samples and known samples, and the evidence and the knowns are not consistent, that is, the known people that we have for a case are excluded from being donors of the evidence, that becomes apparent immediately on having a group of 4 probes like this. So it allows us, if in fact the result is an exclusion, it allows us to see that very clearly right away. We report that right away, and then we don't go on any further unless we're requested. And we've done our films in the lab this way from the beginning. Most other labs just do them one at a time. This is an instance where there isn't a right and a wrong. This isn't better or worse than anybody else's. It's just customary at Cellmark. Okay, so the next important thing to notice, and we'll go to the pen here. Okay. This lane on the far left, the second lane in, this middle lane, and the 2 lanes on the right are what are referred to as markers. They are one of the types of controls that's on an RFLP test. Let's talk about this marker first because it's the easiest to visualize. Each one of these bands is from a DNA fragment whose size is exactly known. The marker is purchased from a biotechnology company, and although I'm not going to remember the exact sizes, I could easily go look them up. And as a very close approximation, this band is 2,000 base pairs. This one is 3,000. Whoops. Let's undo that. So we have 2, 3, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 up here, 8,000, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The purpose of that marker is to later on use that with the computer imaging system to help make an estimation of the fragment sizes in the other samples. And as long as we're talking about that, let's just use an example. If this is 2, and this is 3, and this is 4, this band in Mr. Goldman's pattern is clearly between 3 and 4. And remember that what we're concerned about is the samples were loaded across the top here in about the same positions as the bottom of each of the labels, approximately. And the DNA from each sample moved through the gel down in this direction, and the smaller pieces would move faster and further through the gel than the longer ones. And that's illustrated again by the marker. Here's this lowest one is about 1,600, and then 2,000, and so on. So by eye, you can make an estimation that this lowest band in Mr. Goldman's pattern is somewhere between 3,000 base pairs and 4,000 base pairs. Now, the computer system can actually do measurements. The measurements reflect the distance migrated through the gel, and the computer system will then do a calculation that'll give you a more precise estimate that you can do just by eye. You don't have to have a computer system to do it. You could measure them yourself and plot it out on a piece of graph paper, and your answer would still be quite good. The second marker up here, well, let me go back to the labels. This marker is labeled 1 kb. It stands for 1 kilobase. That is, each of the bands in that marker is 1,000 base pairs larger than the band below it. The second marker is a viral DNA that's commonly used as a marker. It is labeled lambda, and really we're only using this top band as to give us a band that's larger than 12,000 base pairs, and this top band in lambda is approximately 23,000 base pairs. So the combination of this 23,000 base pair and the 1 kb marker is what we're using to estimate sizes. There are 2 additional samples on this film that do not relate specifically to this case. One of them is over here. It's labeled TDS on your film. It is DNA from a blood sample from one of the lab staff at Cellmark. This person has been gracious enough to provide us a blood sample every 4 or 6 months or so, and we have been using his blood sample as a control sample for a long time. We know exactly what his pattern should look like, and we have many measurements of the sizes of the DNA bands in that pattern, and that's an example of one of the controls that I mentioned the other day, where we know what this pattern should look like. Should it look different than usual, we would, that is, should the band sizes be different than usual, that would be of concern to us.
Do you ever have to track that person down when you're running low?
Well, he's pretty cooperative. The same goes, the same scenario is true for the 2 markers, the lambda and the 1 kb. You can see that this 1 kb marker has a very typical appearance, with the distance between adjacent bands getting shorter and shorter and shorter as you go up the gel. If that marker didn't have that very typical appearance, it would tell you immediately that something was wrong with the gel that you had used. And so that's just another indication or another example of what I meant when I said you get accustomed to looking at these, you know what they should look like. It's been described either by many measurements or by use in many labs over time, for example, for the marker, that this is what it should be like. There is another control on this film. It's labeled K562. It is DNA from a cell line that you can purchase, and it is a commonly used control in forensic casework for labs all over the country. This control became available after we had already been using the control from a person in our laboratory. We include it on all of our, or some of our gels. It may not be on each one, but when there's room for it, we will run that as well. The 3 remaining lanes contain the known samples from Mr. Simpson in this lane, from Nicole Brown in this lane, and from Ronald Goldman in this lane.
Let me stop you for a moment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cotton. With regard to that K562 lane, could you point that out again?
Right here.
All right, and could you explain just briefly again, what's the purpose of that particular sample?
That sample is simply another controlled DNA whose pattern, now that we've run it a number of times, is recognizable. We do not, in our lab, have standard sizes for this lane yet. We still are accumulating numbers for that. So we're not using it in exactly the same way we're using the TDS, because we do have standard sizes for that. So we're accumulating those standard sizes, but the pattern does look as it's supposed to.
Now, as to a number of these samples, whether it's the lambda, the 1 kb, the TDS, referring to the first 3 lanes on the left, and then the K5s, well, and the additional 1 kbs in the middle and off to the right, as well as the K562. If something goes wrong or doesn't appear correct when you're reading this result, does that kind of turn on a light in your head, or what?
It alerts you to the fact that something might be wrong. Now, it could be that something's just wrong with that standard sample and that you can demonstrate that, but it also tells you something could be wrong with the standard samples and the gel run in that particular case, which then would affect all the samples. So if anything doesn't look right, you would go in and figure out what was the problem. Did it affect all the samples in that gel run? or is it specific to that particular standard? If possible, even if it was just specific to the standard, you could go back and rerun them. Sometimes if we have a problem with a standard and we can't rerun the evidence, and actually, I don't want to be confusing, I'm using standard, I see, two ways. Usually, if it's a known sample, I'll try to call it a known sample from a known person. If it's one of our standard markers or the TDS, I'll try to remember to refer to it as a standard sample in the lab. If we had problems with a standard sample such as TDS, and we couldn't rerun the evidence, we might rerun the standard and the known samples from that case to make sure that that everything was reproducible. So a problem with a standard doesn't mean you have to dismiss all of the results, but it does mean that you better look at them closely and make sure that everything is okay.
Okay, referring you if I can, and let's start with this first lane that's labeled lambda. Why is it the bands that are shown there seem to be smaller than the bands in the next lane over, the 1 KB? Is smaller the right word or not?
Okay, you're asking me why are these bands narrower from top to bottom than these bands in the 1 KB lane?
Yes.
There are two things that can affect that. One is that there may be more DNA in the 1 KB lane, more total DNA in that lane than in the lane that has lambda DNA. We are loading standard amounts. I think that the amount of lambda that's loaded may be less, but I'd have to go into the protocol to confirm that. The other thing that, when you look at this kind of difference, whenever you're looking at a larger band versus a smaller band, or a dark band versus a light band, there are many things that can affect that. It is a technical enough procedure that a single explanation may not be the only contributing thing to making something darker or lighter. In this case, the answer to your question is there are two possible contributing things. One is that there's less DNA in the lambda lane than the 1 KB lane, and the other would be that the amount of P32 in the probe for the 1 KB was more than the amount of P32 in the probe for the lambda. And that's something that can also affect how dark or light a particular band is.
As far as this difference in the darkness and lightness and the narrowness of the bands, does that make any difference in your ability to interpret results?
On this film, in this example, it wouldn't make any difference at all. It certainly can make a difference. Bands can be very light. Bands can be very dark and close together such that you can't make an absolute distinction of whether there's a single band or two very close together. So it can make a difference, but it's not really making a difference on these markers. Let me give you a better example. Let's come over here. You can see that this band in the K562 lane, can I make that stay there? No. What am I doing wrong? How do I make it stay there?
By pushing the button.
Oh, right, the button. There we go. Okay. That band is more intense than the two bands above it and the bands below it. Without going back and looking, I can't remember, but it could be that for the cocktail, there are actually two bands there, one identified by one probe and one identified by another, so that you see basically overlapping bands. And I'm just making this up as an example. That's another reason why a band might be darker than the bands above it or the bands below it.
How do you answer that question, or do you answer that question that you've just asked in the course of your further testing?
Yes, because as you go through and do each individual probe by itself, you can then, in doing that, see if we can undo this arrow. This is, okay. Let's say we went and did each individual probe by itself, and we identified that this band and this band came from the first probe. And then, let's say we went back and did another another probe, and we identified that this band and this one over here came from probe number 2. Then you could go back and do another hybridization, and we might see that on the third probe, that identified this band and this one. And go back then and do the fourth probe that's part of the group. And perhaps the fourth probe would again identify this band and this remaining band. So in the process of doing them each individually, you can define of the pattern that you see which bands came from which genetic location. The cocktail is great for telling people apart. You can see here that clearly Mr. Simpson, Ms. Brown, Mr. Goldman all have different overall patterns. To establish more information than that, it's desirable to go back and necessary to go back and do each probe individually. Now, we didn't do that on this film because the evidence lane doesn't have a banding pattern, so I can't show you that. But on the other films, we did do that.
All right, we'll return actually to both of those things, the actual evidence on this X-ray, as well as the fact that you did these probings individually on other X-rays as well, or other X-rays in addition to that. One more question generally about this X-ray itself. There appears to be some darkening between the bands, for instance, on the third lane labeled TDS. Is that correct?
Over here, you're
Yes.
talking about this background in here?
As well as in, for instance, the sample that's labeled N brown at the top as well.
Yes, right here. All of this.
And to some lesser extent in what look like at least 2 others of the lanes, or perhaps 3 as well. Is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the background that you see as DNA becomes degraded. The more degraded the sample is, the darker this general background becomes. And the longer the exposure, that is, the longer the X-ray film has laid over the membrane to expose, the darker this background will become.
Does that affect your ability to interpret results, the fact of this background?
I've certainly seen DNA patterns where the degradation was so substantial that it basically obliterated your ability to see any bands. For the most part, even if there is degradation, you can still see where the bands are because they're superimposed over it and they are still darker than the background. It can affect your ability to read it. It doesn't all the time.
Does it affect the accuracy of the results themselves?
As long as it doesn't affect the ability of the computer imaging system to choose where that band is, or your ability to assess that the computer imaging has chosen the band position correctly, then it generally won't affect the results. But if it's dark enough, it will.
Can it, for instance, turn one type into looking like a different type?
No, it doesn't do that.
So in other words, this part of the testing process doesn't affect your ability to accurately type samples. Does that question make sense?
No.
Okay. I'll withdraw that. Thank you. to ask you, in the next area I'd like to ask you about, Dr. Cotton, is you described briefly how it can be seen that the samples from the three known individuals, Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, and Ronald Goldman, have different overall patterns. Can you describe that and show that for us, please?
Okay, let me just take a look at the light box. Remember that we're making the assessment of a pattern by looking at the position of each of the bands as they are distributed from the top to the bottom. So let's just say we have these three people here. Mr. Simpson has three bands that are close together that are almost near the top of the 1 kV ladder.
Let me stop you for just a moment, Dr. Cotton. Perhaps you can clear all of those arrows that you've already done off to the right.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
He has three additional bands lower down, and although you can't see it very well on this screen, there is an additional band down here, which I had to check on the light box to make sure that I remembered that there was one down there. This isn't necessarily the optimal way of viewing these, and in the laboratory you would just look at it on the light box and make your decisions based on how it looked laid on the light box like I have it over at the table. So if you make a comparison, we'll just compare Mr. Simpson's pattern to the TDS pattern. The TDS pattern also has some close groupings of bands, but they are not in the same position as the groupings that Mr. Simpson has. This lower grouping down here, there's no bands at all. So this pattern is clearly different from the TDS pattern.
Let me stop you for a moment, Dr. Cotton. With respect to Mr. Simpson's DNA, we see what appear to be a grouping of three bands, and then a little lower down, another grouping of three bands. And then you described further on, almost all the way down this X-ray as we could see it, then a light band. What can you tell us about why that band would be lighter?
We know from many, let me just, let me put an arrow right here where I think that light band is. And actually the TDS pattern also has a light band, and that one is right here in a slightly different position. We know from understanding the gel and understanding how the radioactivity or the probe DNA that's radioactive binds, that in this system and some other systems, but I'll just refer to the Cellmark system, when a band is very small, it tends to be lighter. You can see that in the TDS control, and you can see that in Mr. Simpson's pattern. One of the reasons for that is that the total number of repeats in that small band, remember the length of the band is defined by how long that repeating sequence is, and the probe is going to bind to that repeating sequence. The total number of repeats available for a probe to bind in a very small band is substantially fewer than a band that is more sizable. That's just another example of a technical reason why you might see bands that are differing in intensity.
Incidentally, does Mr. Goldman also have a similar band in that range?
Yes, he does.
Perhaps you could point that out.
That would be right there.
Now, with respect to those lighter bands, how do they affect your ability to type results accurately?
The largest problem that you might have is that you may have two samples that have the same pattern, a known and an evidence, And if you have less DNA for, let's say you have less DNA in the evidence than you do in the known, you can see that if it gets very much lighter, that is those lower bands, if they got very much lighter, you wouldn't be able to see them. So it does happen occasionally that you might be missing a lower band such that your evidence, say, had 8. Sorry, let's say your known had 8, and the 8th one was down in this region of the gel, or maybe even in this region. And the evidence only had 7 and didn't have one in that region. And that leaves you with 2 explanations. Either the DNA has in the evidence actually may have all the bands, but you can't see one, or the DNA in the evidence is not, could not be from the same person as the DNA in the known. And you would have to then make some decision about interpretation of that 7 of those 7 bands as compared to those 8 bands.
Now, Dr. Cotton, with respect to these 3 samples, whether it's Mr. Simpson's, Nicole Brown's, or Ron Goldman's, those are known samples. In other words, to your knowledge, it was identified where they came from.
Yes,
In other words, they came from known individuals.
yes.
Now, I believe I interrupted you when you were describing the differences in the overall patterns of the 3 individuals. Go ahead, you finished.
Well, you could do more. I don't.
Next question.
Yes, definitely, Ron. Now I'd like to turn your attention, Dr. Cotton, if I can, to the sample or the lane, which looks like it's the 5th one from the left that's labeled number 56 print.
Okay.
With regard to that sample, and again, that stain was put through this RFLP typing process, correct?
Yes, it was.
What kind of results do you see from that particular sample?
0. I don't see any.
What does that mean?
It means that there was DNA in that sample, and that DNA was loaded on this gel. It means that the DNA that we loaded on the gel was not human DNA. The probes are specific to human DNA, and because we got no banding pattern at all, and there was a substantial amount of DNA from that sample, that the DNA that we obtained from that sample wasn't human DNA. We have no banding pattern, and no conclusion can be made regarding that sample.
All right, Dr. Cotton, I'm going to ask you several questions about that particular sample, but I believe you could answer those from the witness stand if that would be
Okay.
more comfortable. Your Honor, at this time I would like to place on the projector screen the actual photograph of this particular evidence item.
All right. Is that available?
Yes, I believe so.
And this will be 258, or have we numbered this yet?
This, I believe, is already marked as People's 45J.
45J.
Now, Dr. Cotton, with respect to item 56, before you actually had this sample tested using the RFLP process, I'm going to clear the arrows. Do you go through a particular step with a sample to try to determine if there's if there's DNA present, and if so, approximately how much?
Yes.
How do you do that?
After the DNA extraction and before you do the next step, which is the restriction cutting of the DNA, you take a very small portion of your DNA and run it on a very small gel. It's about, 3 inches by 4 inches, 2 inches by 3 inches, something like that. And what that allows you to do is determine whether the DNA is in pretty good condition or whether it's degraded or somewhere in between. And it allows you to make a rough estimation of how much you have. And it doesn't tell you whether it's a mixture, and it doesn't tell you whether it's human. It just tells you whether you have some DNA there.
And did you perform that particular step with regard to this item number 56?
Yes, we did.
What did it tell you?
I would check, just ask for the instruction.
We haven't established the connection 56 to this item yet. So I'll take that as an objection subject to motion to strike.
Right.
Proceed. Proceed.
With regard to this particular item that was provided to you, item number 56, what were the results of this test to determine how much DNA was present?
Objection to the same reason.
Same ruling.
Right.
Proceed.
When we ran the DNA obtained from item 56 on the mini gel, there was clearly DNA there, and it appeared to be in good condition.
What does that tell you about your ability to then type that DNA?
Right then, it doesn't tell you anything.
Okay, does the result of that test affect what further steps you take in terms of typing that sample?
Well, it certainly can if you have very little DNA or it's very degraded at that juncture. Then you might decide that it's not of sufficient quantity and quality for RFLP, and that you should then go on and do PCR.
So in other words, you use this step as sort of a guide as to which typing approach, RFLP or PCR, would be the more likely to produce results that give you information.
That's right.
With regard to this particular item, did you make a determination of which approach then to try, RFLP or PCR?
We made a determination to try RFLP, and we knew that we had enough sample left over to do PCR, so we went ahead. Clearly from the film that we shouldn't have, it doesn't matter that we did it, but it didn't give us any result.
Did the fact that it produced no RFLP result, was that something you expected, or was that a surprise of any sort?
Well, that was sort of a surprise. What I haven't mentioned, there is also a test you can do to determine whether you have human DNA. So you could do both your mini gel and a test to determine whether you have human DNA, and we routinely do that for PCR samples. We did not do it for this sample before the RFLP. So we did do it later on. So because we hadn't done it, we didn't know that that wasn't human DNA, and we did proceed with an RFLP analysis.
Now, you described earlier the role that bacteria can play in terms of degrading human DNA. Is that right?
Yes.
With regard to this particular instance, to what extent can you offer an opinion about the possible role of bacteria?
If there was originally human DNA present in that sample, it is substantially degraded and not able to give any. It's so degraded that no RFLP pattern could be obtained.
And to what extent, if any, does bacteria play a role in that, or could play a role in that?
Well, it can play a role in that. If a sample is deposited on a surface that has a lot of bacteria, then the bacteria may participate in the degradation of that DNA. Bacteria contain many enzymes, many proteins that will break up DNA in a random manner, and therefore when bacteria is present, DNA degradation occurs.
Now, did you subject this same material provided as item number 56 to you to PCR typing?
Yes, we did.
Did you obtain results?
I believe we did.
Can you verify that from the materials
Sure.
that you have?
Yes, we did obtain PCR results from that sample.
Do those results then allow you to make any conclusion about whether or not there is human DNA in this sample?
Yes, they do.
Why is that?
The PCR test also is pretty much considered to be human specific. That is, it will recognize human DNA, and you might be able to type a primate like a chimpanzee or a gorilla, but you can't type other animals. So the fact that we got a PCR type from that sample is a very good indication that there was human DNA present.
So then is it the case with respect to your RFLP typing that produced no result? That doesn't mean there was no human DNA in that sample.
That's right. What it means is that the DNA was so degraded that it was incompatible with giving an RFLP result.
As far as bacteria are concerned, do bacteria result in changing the type of the sample? For instance, if bacteria was present in item number 56?
It won't change the type to appear to be another person's type. There is a level of degradation that you could have in your DNA sample where you would begin losing bands, and you begin losing them at the top. It's not the same as the description I just gave you of not being able to see a band at the bottom, but the result of the phenomenon is the same. You might have a known sample that had 8 bands. You might have an evidence sample that was degraded and had 6 bands that were consistent with the known, but 2 bands in the known may not be visible in the evidence. You would have the same, anytime you're missing bands at the top end or the bottom end of a pattern, you have the same decision tree in terms of conclusions. It's either consistent with that person or it's inconsistent with that person, but basically would have to be from a close relative.
All right. Now, what I'd like to do is shift your attention, Dr. Cotton, to a second series of x-rays that you created after testing other evidence. First of all, you have, do you not, with you, x-rays of other RFLP tests in this case other than 56?
Yes.
Incidentally, with regard to item number 56 and that first auto x-ray, that you've been showing on the board, did you then, in the case of that sample and those 3 knowns, go through this process of doing one probe at a time, creating additional x-rays?
Not with that film.
Why?
Because since there was no evidence, since there was no information obtained from the evidence, we didn't go through the process of doing each probe by itself because there's just no DNA there from the evidence, so there's nothing to be gained by doing that.
So there's no reason to go further with regard to that sample?
That's right.
Now, did you also receive, well, let me rephrase that. When you conducted this RFLP typing, again, did you do it on other samples in addition to 56?
Yes, we did.
Did those include samples that you actually obtained RFLP typing results for?
Yes.
In particular, did you test on one X-ray what included items number 52?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that a photograph of 52 be placed on the ELMO as well. Which is, I am told, Exhibit 48I. And in particular, Your Honor, with regard to the board, which has been marked, I'm talking about the photo board that's on the easel currently. It's People's Exhibit 165. In particular, the photograph labeled on the left-hand side of that board, 3 photos down, labeled item number 52. Was that one of the items tested during this RFLP typing process, Dr. Cotton?
Yes.
On this particular test, or during this test, did you also test any other items in this case?
Yes.
What were those items?
Item number 78 and item number 12.
All right, what I think we'll do is take them one at a time. Do you have with you the first X-ray in this testing process for those items you've just described?
Yes.
Would that be what you called the cocktail X-ray or cocktail auto-read?
Yes, but I'm going to have to find it.
We may have the original.
I was hoping that you did because I wasn't seeing it in this group.
Incidentally, is that the original of that particular X-ray?
It sure is.
How are you able to tell that's an original instead of a copy?
Sometimes the copies are a different color, but these recent copies are not, and they're so close to the originals that what I'm doing is feeling for the labels that are stuck onto the originals, and I can feel that this has the labels on it, and so I can really quickly say this isn't the copy.
All right. With respect to this particular cocktail X-ray, I'd ask that that be marked as people's next in order, Your Honor.
People's 258. Did we pre-mark this
I'm
already?
sorry, that has been marked, Your Honor. That's 257A.
All right, 257A.
Now, Dr. Cotton, with regard to the samples that were tested on this particular X-ray, would again assist for you to use the overhead projector as well as the pointing machine?
Sure.
All right. All right, Dr. Cotton, if you can you describe for us what's shown on this particular X-ray? What are the samples?
Do you want me to list the controls as well?
If you can, just describe them briefly and answer whether or not they're the same controls or the same types of controls used on the earlier X-ray.
The film is laid out in terms of where the samples were loaded on the gel in a similar manner to the one that you saw previously, so that we have marker lanes on the left, 2 marker lanes on the right. They're the same markers as before. All the films have the same markers, the lambda and the 1 kb. The reason that you can actually see the markers is that a probe is also added that identifies the markers, because the markers are not from human DNA, and if you didn't add a probe specifically for them, you wouldn't be able to see them. There's also an additional marker lane in the center, another 1 kb ladder. There is a TDS standard over here. This standard shows some degradation, and again, as you view it on the light box as opposed to viewing it on this screen, it's not this dark. The same is true with some of these lanes over here. When you look at it on the light box, it's a little bit easier. There is also a K562 lane on this film that's shown right here. The 3 known samples are here. Simpson, Brown, and Goldman. The 3 evidence samples are loaded over here, number 52, number 78, and number 12.
Now, with regard to, and you've identified or described the fact that the 3 known samples are towards the right of that X-ray, is that right?
That's right.
And they have created certain banding patterns, is that correct?
That's right.
Now, with regard to those lanes, and let's look at, for instance, what's labeled Nicole or N. Brown, that lane appears to be dark. Can you describe what causes that?
This sample has a considerable amount of degradation in it. That was seen as early on as the mini gel when we looked to see how much DNA we got from that sample. You can see on the mini gel that DNA is degraded. The same is actually true for the sample from Mr. Goldman, although on this particular film, the sample from Nicole Brown looks slightly more degraded than the sample from Mr. Goldman. All of the samples of the knowns on this film and the TDS and the K562 appear to be rather dark, and they are. And the reason is that this was a long exposure because one of the evidence lanes didn't have very much DNA in it.
Now, which lane was that?
The lane that doesn't have very much DNA is the lane where we have sample number 52. And you can see how much lighter this banding pattern is as opposed to the others. Now, among all the various things that can determine whether something is light or something is dark, the overall most common reason is how much DNA is there. And we also know in estimating from the mini gel that there wasn't a lot of DNA in that sample.
Does the fact that some of these lanes are darker prevent you from being able to interpret the results?
If we had just this film, you could interpret it, but I would rather see all the films in series and interpret them all together than just use this one. The bioimage was used on this film. The sizes were done from this film, but any time that you have a whole set of data, you would like to look at the entire set before you come to a conclusion, not just look at a single film.
Now, from looking at these particular samples, and let me focus your attention on what appear to be the 3 evidence items. Number 52, the Bundy walkway. Number 78, Mr. Goldman's boot. And number 12, the Rockingham foyer. What can you tell us about the relative amounts of DNA in those 3 items from this X-ray?
From this film, number 12 would have the most in comparison to those 3. Number 78 would have the sort of a middle amount, and number 52 would have the smallest amount of DNA.
So from left to right on those 3 items, basically the DNA goes up in terms of its amount?
Yes.
Now, as far as once you obtain this particular X-ray, was it in fact examined for any results or interpretations that could be made?
Yes,
What
it
can
was.
Okay, what can you tell us about any conclusions or opinions you reached from this particular film?
From this particular film, let's look at each piece of evidence individually. Item 52 has 3 bands close to the top, another grouping of 3 bands, and a single band down here, and that pattern is consistent and looks to be the same as the pattern from Mr. Simpson, which also has a group of 3, another group of 3, and a single band down at the bottom. And because
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
because it's also has the same pattern, let's go on to sample 12. It also has a group of 3 bands, another group of 3 bands, and a single band way down at the bottom. So the DNA banding pattern from item 52 and item 12 are I'm now speaking as if I was making an initial interpretation from this film. They're certainly consistent with the pattern from Mr. Simpson. Later on, after doing some measurements, you would make a determination that where you would say the patterns match or they do not match. But at this point, they're visibly the same.
All right, Dr. Cotton, what I'm going to ask you to do is, without wearing out your thumb, if you're using that to place the arrows, could you place the arrows on each of the bands you see in the Mundy walkway lane, item number 52?
Do you want each band, or should we do the two groups of three?
Whichever's easiest.
It's
As long
probably
as it will
clearer
show
just to,
the relative position.
I'll just, so we don't have too many arrows up here, I'll just point to the middle band in this group of three and the middle band in this group of three, just indicating that I have a group of three and a single band down here at the bottom. And I'll make the same designation for the, did you want me, I'm sorry,
No, that's
did you
fine.
want me to go on to number 12 or just?
Yes, if you would.
Okay. I'll make the same designation for the two groups of three bands in item number 12 and the single band down towards the bottom. And the group of three from the known sample from Mr. Simpson, the second group of three, and the single band down at the bottom.
All right, Your Honor. Then with the court's permission, I'd ask that this particular X-ray film that has these arrows on it be printed and marked as a people's exhibit.
Yes. You want to make that a separate exhibit, or do you want to make it a sub-exhibit under 257?
The only hesitation I have as a sub-exhibit is there's already sub-exhibits to 257, but
All right.
that may still be appropriate. 257A1?
A1. All right, would this be an appropriate point?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. All right.
It's going to be my request that that be shown to the jury in that fashion.
I have no objection.
Do you have that equipment paraphernalia available?
It is upstairs, yes, and it can be brought, or will be brought down with the court's permission.
All right. I don't recollect if I told you that, today is normally a 4 o'clock ending date,
Yeah.
ending time. I want to end at 3:45 today because one of the jurors has a medical appointment. So, two shorter sessions today. So I would suggest that you have your staff bring that down, and at the first court reporter break, we'll bring it in.
Very good.
All right. Anything else? Deputy Magnara, let's have the jury, please.
The only thing that apparently we need is permission to bring this in the back door. It's large.
Too large to come through here?
It would be difficult, Your Honor. It would be much easier just to be able to bring it in at an angle and place it at the end of the jury box.
How do you propose to get back there?
I believe in speaking the court clerk, we could use perhaps Department 102, which is a little less constricted with the amount of seats, to be able to move the object back into the court.
Are there any courts on the floor that aren't in session on this side of the building?
At this time, I do not know.
Well, that's why we have lunch hours.
We can bring it down right now, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll get it. All right, Deputy Magnara, let's have the jurors, please. Record should reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Robin Cotton is again on the witness stand, still on direct examination by Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Cotton, I believe we had left off where you had described or actually demonstrated to the jury on this X-ray film of the samples that included the foyer at the Rockingham residence as well as the Bundy stain, items 12 and 52, as well as well, let me rephrase that. You had described those two particular evidence items. Is that
That's right.
With regard to the third item, Your Honor. If I may return People's Exhibit 257A to the Elmo projection, Mr. Harris has graciously offered to use it for us.
All right, this is 257A1.
Now, Dr. Cotton, perhaps I can ask you to come down to the point maker, if you would. And you have already described the similarity in patterns between the two evidence items, the Bundy stain number 52 and the Rockingham foyer stain number 12, and the pattern of Mr. Simpson. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there another evidence item also on this particular auto-rad or X-ray?
Yes.
And what item is that?
Number 78.
And that's number 78, the stain from Mr. Goldman's boot.
That's right.
Now, would it be easier to go into these single locus probes or these X-ray auto-rads that describe one genetic marker at a time for items 52 and 12, or would it be easier to deal with item 78, the boot stain, now at the cocktail X-ray film?
It would probably be easier, given that we're viewing this on the screen, to just go on to the individual films and then incorporate 78 in those, and then perhaps come back to this one.
All right. Do you have these one probe at a time X-ray films for, again, this same set of samples?
Yes.
All right. Then I'd ask Your Honor to have marked as next in order. Actually, I believe it's already been marked. 257B as in boy. Dr. Cotton, do you have those? Or do you have the originals with you?
These are the originals.
Okay. Then what I'm going to ask, and actually perhaps to make the record even clearer, what I'll ask for permission to do is substitute these originals for what was initially marked as 257, each of the auto-rads for this particular element.
Yes.
So then what would be now People's Exhibit 257B as in boy will be the original auto-rad itself for this particular RFLP test. If I can show you, Dr. Cotton, the X-ray film that you just handed me and I've now handed back, what is that?
This is the autorad that was produced for this same set of samples using only probe MS1. The probes have letter number designations, and there isn't any way for them to make particular sense. Some of these are the number designations that were given in the lab where they were originally developed. So MS1 doesn't have any particular meaning. Just take it as the name of the genetic location we're going to look at.
So it's simply the way you describe one particular genetic marker that you look at in the laboratory.
That's right, and this is the designation we use. When we talked the other day about a D1 something number, these also have D numbers. The number for this is D1S7, but these are marked with our lab designations, and it's marked MS1.
All right, then with the court's permission, I'd ask that this particular X-ray film be placed on the overhead projection system.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Cotton, referring to this particular X-ray, we see what appears to be labels at the top that are similar to those on the previous X-ray that involved the several probes done at one time.
Yes, they're the same.
How do you produce an X-ray film from a particular membrane that you've already produced an earlier X-ray film from? Why isn't all the DNA on the first X-ray film?
The DNA isn't ever on the X-ray film. The DNA stays on the membrane. The probe binds to the membrane, then you lay the X-ray film over, get your exposure. Then you can wash the probe off, leaving the original DNA from the gel still bound to the membrane, and therefore you can reuse that membrane several times. This series of films and the other series of films are literally superimposable one on the other. That is, all these films from this same gel, from the membrane from this same gel, are superimposable one on the other because they came from the same membrane.
Now, there appear to be far fewer bands on this particular X-ray than on the earlier one. Is that right?
That's right.
Why is that?
That's because now we're looking at a single genetic locus. Therefore, each of us for a single genetic locus will only have two characteristics. And on this film, all the samples have either one or two, and there's a reason why a sample might have one, but anyway, these samples have either one or two.
Let's talk a little bit about the controls. First of all, are these the same controls as were on this cocktail X-ray film that you described earlier this morning?
All the samples are the same as were on the cocktail film.
As far as this first control on the far left labeled lambda, does it have the same number of bands as in the cocktail version?
Yes, it does, and so does the 1 KB.
Now, what about the third lane in that's labeled TDS from this member of your laboratory? Do we see fewer bands this time than before?
We only see two, one here and one here,
Why is that? Why don't we see more?
because we're looking at one genetic location. So one of these bands came from this person's mother and the other from his father.
Now, following this test and the development of this particular X-ray, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions about the various samples contained on this particular X-ray?
We certainly reach some opinions, but really you're never reaching a conclusion until you have the full set of films. So based on each film that comes off, you would look at it and make an assessment, but you wouldn't finish making an assessment until you had all the data.
In other words, this is again one step in the process,
This is one piece, yes.
and this is the first time you've actually tested these samples or looked at these samples at a single genetic marker.
That's right.
Once this first single genetic marker is developed, what are you looking for when you look at this particular film?
You're looking for the same type of information that you're looking all along. Do the DNA banding patterns from the samples that you have, do you have any that are similar, that is the same? visually the same in this case, since we're just looking at it? And are there any that are different?
Now, with regard to, and let's focus again on simply the Bundy walkway stain number 52 and the Rockingham foyer stain number 12. When you looked at those two particular items, did you reach any conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe those? And if it would help to use the point maker, please do so.
Let's see. There's a single band in sample, the DNA from item number 12. It's very difficult to see here on this projection screen. On the original, on a light box, there's also a very faint single band from item number 52.
All right, with regard to that band, well, if I could, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to take this particular film, lay it on this small light box so that the witness can examine it briefly.
Yes.
Dr. Cotton, what I just informed the court I was going to ask you to do, could you do that? Have you had an opportunity to do that? Yes. And with regard to that one band that you just described, when you look at it on the light box, can you describe what you see?
I see a single band and it's very light.
Again, what is the meaning of a very light, or actually not again, what is the meaning of a light band in this particular instance?
In this particular instance, the light band is most likely a reflection of the fact that there's not very much DNA in that sample.
Now, if I can take you back to the point maker, and if you would, in a similar manner to that which you did with the earlier cocktail film, could you place an arrow at the location of that band you just described on the Bundy stain, as well as on the foyer, Rockingham foyer stain, and the known sample that it matches? Now, Dr. Cotton, with regard to that particular set of arrows, first of all, do either of the two individuals who are on this particular film, that is Nicole Brown or Ronald Goldman, do either of their DNAs appear to match or be in a similar position to this stain, that is both the Bundy stain and the foyer?
Mr. Goldman has a band that's very close in position to the single band from Mr. Simpson. And however, he's distinguished, that is, they're not the same, because he has a second band about the middle of the gel. The sample from the foyer has no second band, and as far as we can determine, the sample from item 52 does not have a second band either.
So based on this result alone, would Mr. Goldman be a possible donor of the DNA found in the Bundy and foyer stains, or would he be excluded?
Based on this result alone, I wouldn't, if this was the only thing I had to look at, I wouldn't want to make a determination based on this alone as to whether or not Mr. Goldman could have been a contributor to item 52. I wouldn't be completely satisfied that there might not be other bands in item 52 that I wasn't seeing, given the one that I can see is so light. So if I was only using this film, I would say, well, certainly Mr. Simpson is included and Mr. Goldman could be included as well. If this was the only data that I had.
In this case, is this the only data that you have?
No.
What other data do you have?
We have 4 other individual probes and the cocktail.
What about Nicole Brown? Could she be a possible donor of the DNA in those 2 bloodstains?
No.
Why not?
She has also 2 bands. One quite high up here, another one down here. They are not seen in the foyer sample. And again, there's only 1 band seen in the Bundy sample. Nothing else is seen. There's no indication that she would be a contributor to that. Although, again, if this were all you had, all you could say is, well, I have that one band in 52 and it doesn't belong to her.
Okay, in this case, do you have in fact more data to be able to determine whether or not Nicole Brown could have been a donor of those two evidence items, those two bloodstains?
Yes.
And did you utilize that in making your ultimate conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Now, while we're on this particular auto-rad, what about children of Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown? And then what I'm focusing on, if you could direct yourself to, is there anything about this particular auto-rad or this film that you can make any conclusions about whether or not, for instance, whether or not, for instance, a child of those two individuals could have donated the stains found in the foyer and on the Bundy walkway?
Since we don't have a particular child's pattern, a child of these two individuals would have one band from Simpson and one band from Nicole Brown. Now, there are no bands that we can see from that correspond to Nicole Brown's sample in item 52. However, Mr. Simpson could give this band to a child, and he probably has another band that we can't see on the gel, although I can't say that for certain. So a child of Mr. Simpson could have this same band or may not.
But would that child have to have one of the two bands of Nicole Brown that are shown under her lane?
Yes.
Do you see either one of those bands? Do you see either one of those two bands from Nicole Brown in either of those two evidence items, the Bundy stain or the Foyer stain?
No.
What conclusions, if any, can you then reach about whether or not a child of the two of them could have donated the DNA in those two stains?
The conclusion would be that a child of Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown wouldn't be the donor of the DNA in item 12 or item 52.
Now, with respect to this particular marker, and I believe you said it was called MS1,
That's right.
do you then perform this single genetic marker typing process at other individual locations on the DNA molecule?
Yes.
All right, what would be the next marker that would be used in an instance like this?
There is no typical next one. We do them in whatever order is convenient for the staff who's doing the additions of probes to the membrane. So I order them in a particular sequence. We just have a sequence that we keep them in the lab, but it doesn't mean that's exactly the order that the films were produced.
All right. What would be an appropriate marker to look at next then, whether it's the chronological order or the way that you interpret the results?
Let's go on to MS31, but we could determine what the chronological order was, but I don't know if this is the next one or not. It's what I would commonly look at next. You can do the dotted one next. Then,
Your Honor, this would again be another original X-ray film that was initially marked 257C, that now would be our request to substitute the original for that copy.
All right.
This can be described, I believe, as, and perhaps Dr. Cotton, you can describe this, since I believe we'll see two separate films at this particular genetic marker. Could you describe this first one that will be 257C?
All right. Do you want to print out, first of all, what you have here on the...
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Could that be 257B1?
Yes. All right, Mr. Farrell, do you have that captured? All right, proceed.
Dr. Cotton, with what will be People's Exhibit 257C, can you describe that, please?
this is the first of two autorads that were produced with probe MS31. And you'll see as soon as we put this up why we went to do another one, because this one didn't turn out very well. And also, I see that it has a piece of Scotch tape left on it from when I put the labels on.
All right, now you say Scotch tape from when
Just-
you put the labels?
Yeah,
on?
I used it to orient, to make them all level.
Does the Scotch tape have anything to do with the production of the film, or you're looking at it and interpreting its results in the laboratory?
No, it wasn't there when we looked at it, and we can take it off. It won't hurt anything. We can take
I
it
was
off
just-
later.
I was just going to say, if we take it off now, will it in any way damage what's shown on the film
Oh,
itself? All right, then with the court's permission, may the witness remove the tape. Go ahead and have you describe what's shown on this film without removing the tape first?
Yes, it's not going to get in the way of looking at it.
Okay.
I didn't think we want to leave it on there forever. Thank you.
Mr. Clark. Now, Dr. Cotton, with respect to this particular film, 257C, what does this show?
This is an application of probe MS-31, and you can see that there are bands in the samples, but as you can see, there are many small black dots all around the film. That is something that happens occasionally when you're adding the radioactive probe. If the probe is not washed off sufficiently, that is, you add the probe, you allow it to bind, you wash off excess probe before you lay your film over it. If the excess probe isn't washed off sufficiently, you will get what's generally referred to as background. And background doesn't always look like little dots, but it does sometimes. It does on this film. And although you can see bands in the known samples over here on the right, and you can see bands in item 12, there are bands that you can see also in item 78, but it totally obscures anything that might be seen in item 52. And because of the background, this at this time the membrane was, the probe was washed off, and another hybridization, which is the term for adding the probe to the membrane, was attempted to see if we could get a better image.
Is there anything about the creation, for instance, of this film that somehow alters or changes the locations of the DNA that are found in the membrane itself?
There's nothing in the processing of the membrane in terms of adding probe, washing it off, removing the probe later on, that moves any of the DNA that's on the nylon. That DNA is chemically fixed to the nylon, and it's not going anywhere.
Is this something that's happened before in your laboratory, or is this the first time?
Oh, it's certainly not the first time. It happens occasionally. You certainly are unhappy when you get something like this, but with the number of membranes that are processed through the lab, you do see it every once in a while, and you usually hope that you can get another film off to correct the problems that you have with one that looks like this.
Is that simply to create or try to create another film that shows the same thing in terms of banding patterns, but doesn't have this background or noise that gets in the way of your being able to view it clearly?
That's right. You're simply going to repeat the process of adding that probe again and hoping that you get a better result.
Were any interpretations made from this particular film, 257C?
No, we certainly, when we did it again, we checked and made sure it was all consistent. But other than that, there's no interpretation that was done from this particular film.
Okay. Then if we could, Your Honor, I'd like to have marked as 257D, fourth auto-rad.
All right.
showing you, Dr. Cotton, another film. Can you describe what that is that will be marked 257D?
This is the second try at getting a film off with this probe MS-31.
All right, could we then utilize that on the projection system so that you could tell us any conclusions or opinions that you made?
Sure.
This particular film seems to have fewer of those dots. Is that right?
Yes, this one came out just fine.
Now, with respect to this particular film, again, and let me back up one step if I may. Are each of these films that we've looked at that have shown these three evidence items, Bundy stain, the boot stain, and the Foyer stain, all from the same membrane?
Yes,
So you simply do this one after another from the same membrane, is that right?
that's right.
Now, this is at what genetic marker again?
MS-31.
And once this film was developed, did you examine it to determine if there were any opinions or conclusions that you could reach?
Yes, we did.
Now, specifically, again, are the markers the same in terms of the lambda and 1 kV markers that are present?
The markers are exactly the same, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 in the middle. And the DNA control samples marked TDS and K562 are in exactly the same positions as they have been on all of the other films that had these evidence samples on them.
Incidentally, as far as these markers are concerned, whether it's the, and let me actually ask one question before that. The samples at the top that have the labels with the boxes around them, what do those describe? Let me ask a different question. The lambda that has a box around it, is that a control?
Yes?
Okay.
You mean, are you talking about the label?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, are the labels that have boxes around them, do they show anything different than the labels that have no boxes around them? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do, and since you designed these labels, I know that you designed them so that anything that's a control sample has a little box around it. And the other samples that are evidence samples or samples from known people are just names or item numbers.
And actually, the names or the evidence items are in larger print as well.
That's right.
Okay. As far as then these markers, and I'd like to direct your attention to, for instance, the TDS. Again, that's the banding pattern obtained from a member of your laboratory.
That's right. Right here.
Are you familiar from previous cases with what that laboratory member's DNA looks like?
Yes.
Are you accustomed to seeing it in certain locations for each of these various genetic markers?
Yes.
If you don't see them in an appropriate location, what action do you take?
Well, you would really try to figure out why they weren't in the right place. The only good example I can give you of them not being in the right place is that if we had an autorad that was hybridized, for example, with MS1, but was accidentally labeled MS31, you'd look at it and you'd say, this can't be MS31. These are the bands that should show up with MS1. It would tell you that there had been a labeling error or an error in addition of probe. So it helps to detect that. And then in addition, the actual band sizes, when they're calculated later, are compared to what we know to be the standard sizes for that sample.
Okay, turning your attention now, if I can, to what appears to be a black-like dot between the first TDS sample, which I believe is in the third lane from the left, and between that and the lane involving the Bundy stain.
Is this the
What
dot
is-
you have in mind?
Yes. What is that?
It's a little bit of background, sort of like one left over from all the dots we had on before. It's not probably left over, it's probably a new dot, but it's some background from P32 that's stuck to the membrane that didn't come off in the wash.
P32, just what is that again?
That's the radioactive probe. That's the correct designation for the radioactive label that's on the DNA probe.
There also appear to be at least 2 or possibly 3 dots in the lower right-hand portion. You see what I'm referring to on the screen?
Are you talking about here
Yes, is there one?
and
Yes.
here?
What
yes.
are those items?
Still more background.
Do those interfere in your ability to be able to conclude types or banding patterns that are present on these autorads, these films?
No.
Why not?
Well, they're clearly not bands. They don't look anything like a band. And if you spend very much time in the lab looking at X-ray films, you become very good at distinguishing what's background from what's a band. The thing that they do interfere with is the computer imaging system that you may put your film on doesn't have the judgment that an experienced scientist would have. The computer imaging system is only looking for differences in darkness. So if this band, let's say this dot here, because it's bigger, happened to be moved over a little bit and be in a sample lane, then the computer imaging system would call that a band, even though it's clearly not. So in that case, you would have to tell the computer, nope, that's not a band, disregard it. But other than that, other than helping the computer to deal with the background, that's the only point at which you would say it interferes in the analysis in any way.
Okay, now specifically referring to what we've been discussing, that is the Bundy stain and the Rockingham Foyer stains. Do you see banding patterns for those 2 items of evidence?
Yes, I do.
All right, if you could, again, using the pointer, perhaps place arrows at the locations of bands in the lanes of those 2 items.
Let me undo that one.
First of all, do those 2 items appear to have DNA with banding patterns that appear to be the same as one another?
Yes.
Are there any individuals on this particular film, that is amongst the known people, who first of all can be excluded, in other words, could not have donated the DNA found in the Bundy stain and the Foyer stain?
Yes.
Who?
Nicole Brown would be excluded. Her bands are in a different position than the ones in item 52 or item 12. And Mr. Goldman has a single band for this probe. It happens to be in a similar position to one of the bands of Nicole Brown. But in any case, it is not in a similar position to either of the 2 bands from the Bundy scene or from item number 12.
All right. What about the third remaining known sample, that of Mr. Simpson? Can he be excluded as a donor of the DNA in those 2 stains?
No, he cannot.
Why?
Mr. Simpson has 2 bands, which are certainly visually in a position the same as those in item 12 and item 52.
All right. Could you place the 2 arrows in those same 2 bands locations with respect to Mr. Simpson's DNA? All right, Your Honor, may we have that printed as well?
Yes. That'll be 257D1.
All right, Dr. Cotton, did you conduct any other probings with another genetic marker of this particular set of samples from the same membrane?
Yes.
What genetic marker would that be at? Which should we discuss next?
MS-43.
Your Honor, may this particular film be again substituted for the previously marked 257E
Yes. And Dr. Cotton, which marker was this?
MS 43.
Dr. Cotton, could you clear the screen of those arrows and we'll move to the next film?
Give us 5%. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a comfort break real quick here. And let me just add, this is going to be a long trial, as you know. Anytime any of you need to take a comfort break, just let the bailiffs know. All right, we can accommodate that. All right, we'll take a 5-minute comfort break. All right, she can remain down at the podium. All right, let the record reflect we've all been rejoined by our comfortable jurors, and let's resume.
Dr. Cotton, and if we could proceed with the next genetic marker, and I believe you said that was MS43.
That's right.
It should be People's Exhibit 257E. Now, again, is this simply another film from the same membrane that contains the various items that are labeled at the top?
That's right.
Now, as far as this particular film is concerned, and again, just quickly, as far as TDS, your known laboratory member, are his or her bands in the appropriate location from your past experience?
Yes, it's his, and they are.
Now, with regard to, again, the Bundy stain number 52 and the Foyer stain number 12, can you use the arrows and describe their relative locations?
I certainly can for 12. There's 2 bands right here and right here. Did you want me to mark them?
Yes. And I'm going to stop you and we'll break this one down a little bit.
Okay.
As far as those particular bands, are there any individuals, that is either Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, or Ron Goldman, that can be excluded? In other words, can be eliminated as being donors of those 2 stains from the foyer and the walkway, what Bundy walkway?
Yes.
Okay, who are those individual or individuals?
Nicole Brown is excluded. Her bands are not in the same position. And Ronald Goldman is excluded. His bands are not in the same position.
Incidentally, just to make it clear, to exclude someone, do you need to be able to exclude them at each of these different genetic markers?
Yes.
As far as Mr. Simpson, is he excluded, or could he be a donor of the DNA in those 2 evidence stains?
He is not excluded, so he could be a donor.
Okay. I'll have you place the arrows on his banding patterns at this time, if you would. Now, let's turn to the Bundy stain, item number 52. First of all, on this projection screen, can you see any banding patterns from the sample at this genetic marker?
I sort of see where they are, but you have to keep in mind that I've looked at the original many times.
All right.
So if I were looking at this and on the screen and hadn't seen it before, I doubt that I could pick out anything.
Would it help you to look at the original in the light box up close?
I did look at it before we put it up there, and on the light box, you can see 2 very faint bands. They are hard to pick out, and they are consistent with the bands in number 12, and they are consistent with the bands in Mr. Simpson.
Now, with regard to these very faint bands as you've described them, how do you know those are banding patterns from DNA in that sample? How do you reach that conclusion when they're faint bands like that?
Let me talk about this sample rather than try to make it a generality.
All right.
The best banding pattern we have from item 52 is that in the cocktail. And that was the first time that probes were added to the membrane, and it's typical that that's where you get your strongest signal or your darkest bands.
Let me stop you for just a moment. The cocktail is that first film that has several bands for each of the samples
That's right,
instead of just one or two?
instead of just one or two.
All right, go ahead.
The individual probes are used to both confirm the data in that cocktail and to identify which band in the cocktail was produced by which marker. So if the cocktail has in it probe MS1, MS31, MS43, and the last one that we haven't looked at in the cocktail, G3, then when you go back and use them one at a time, of the multiple bands in the cocktail, you can pick out which two were created by probe MS1, or one or two, which ones were created by MS31, and so on. Even if you go back and do each probe individually, as long as you get 3 out of the 4 and compare them back to the cocktail, you can deduce what the last 2 came from. So even if we were to see nothing on MS43, we still have therefore identified the MS43 bands on that cocktail. So the fact that these are very light, it would be nicer if they were not, but even if we didn't see them at all, there is a sufficient amount of data to go forward.
Incidentally, when these films are reviewed, are you the only person that looks at these films to reach conclusions or opinions?
Absolutely not.
Who else looks at them?
At a very minimum, the analyst who's done the work will review the films before I ever see them. In a case where there are light bands, it's very usual in the lab to then have 1 or 2 other people also look at the films to get their opinion as well in terms of, are these bands sufficiently distinct that we can use them in the analysis?
What would then be, and perhaps we could have this printed, Your Honor, and marked as,
The 257E1.
thank you. I believe you mentioned, and again, before we leave this auto read completely, Dr. Cotton, there again appear to be some of these spots in various locations. Is that right?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the same type of spots that we talked about earlier. They're background from the P32 label. And they certainly aren't going, the spots here don't look like bands and they aren't going to interfere.
All right. I believe you mentioned the next genetic marker was G3. Is that right?
That's right.
Your Honor, again, may we have the original for that marker substituted for what's already been marked as 257F.
Yep.
Dr. Cotton, showing you what will be marked 257F. Is that the next genetic marker in the series of tests performed on these 3 evidence samples?
Yes.
And if you could, Dr. Cotton, you're doing exactly what I was going to ask. Thanks. Now, showing you this particular film, and you've already described it as being at would this be a 4th genetic marker, G3?
Yes.
And would this be the 4th of the 4 markers that are part of what you referred to as that cocktail earlier?
Yes.
Now, in this sample again, and referring to the markers, including the sample for TDS, do the markers, or do they appear as though they perform properly?
Yes, they all look fine.
Actually, I'm not sure markers perform, but
Well,
do they show that the test was performed properly?
the markers look just like they should, and there's no indication from them that there was any problem with the gel or the addition of probe.
Now, referring you to, again, the evidence items, the Bundy stain and the Foyer stain, were banding patterns produced at this particular marker?
Yes.
And could you use the arrow to point out their locations?
There are 2 bands in item 52. One is here, and the other one, which is also difficult to see on this screen, but is visible clearly on the film, is right here. Item number 12 from the foyer has 2 bands, and I'm indicating those with the arrows.
Now, what about the samples from Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman? Could they have been donors of the DNA found in those 2 stains?
No, they could not.
Why?
Each of those patterns has 2 bands.
You're referring to Mr. Goldman right
Mr. Goldman and now Nicole Brown, and their bands are not in the same position. They're not consistent with the bands from item 52 or from the foyer.
Now, if I can take you down to the very bottom of Mr. Goldman's banding patterns, is that a band at the very bottom there?
I need to look at the original to... Original again?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Now, why couldn't Mr. Goldman be a donor, for instance, in referring to that bottom band there that you just looked at?
Do you want me to replace the arrows? Mr. Goldman has a band that's quite small, and it almost lines up exactly with the very smallest band in the marker. When I say the band is small, what I really mean is the DNA fragment that made that band is not very long. I don't mean that the physical size of the band that you see there is small. That is, it's light, but it's about the same dimensions as all the other bands. The band in the item 12 and item 52 that's also towards the bottom of the gel does not line up with this lower marker, and you can see is some distance above it. So, and then Mr. Goldman's other band, which is up here, does not line up with the upper band in the evidence samples. So he's clearly excluded from being a possible donor of the DNA in item 52 and item 12.
What about Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Simpson has 2 bands. They are in similar positions to the bands in item 52 and item 12.
And could you place the arrows at the locations of his banding patterns? Now, Dr. Cotton, with regard to this process of more than one person reading these particular films as to banding patterns, did that happen in this case?
I remember specifically that we had several people look at the bands in item 52.
Why as to that particular item?
Because that item doesn't have much DNA in it. The banding pattern is light, and I wanted, and Julie Cooper wanted, who she was still at Cellmark at the time the original report was generated, and later on Paula, we wanted to make sure that we all had come to the same conclusion.
Our objection as to what Julie Cooper said.
Staying. The answer is stricken, jurors to disregard the indication what Julie Cooper said.
With regard to the results in this case as to 52, the Bundy stain, was there agreement about the results?
Objection.
Staying. Seriously.
As far as the records that you keep in this case, Dr. Cotton, first of all, and I believe you described the fact that records are kept in the course of your testing.
Yes.
And do those records reflect testing conducted by the analysts in this case?
Yes.
Do those records include analysts' determination about samples that match or samples in which persons are excluded?
Yes.
With respect to item 52, do those documents reflect determinations of either exclusions or inclusions?
They do.
And with respect to those records, do they show the opinions of other analysts in this case?
Yes, the opinions are reflected in the signatures that are on the report. So if someone signed the report, indicates that they agree with the conclusions that are written in the report.
And do those reports include the determination or a determination that with respect to, for example, the Bundy stain item number 52, that matched any particular individual?
Objection, Your Honor. Distinguishing between opinions and other types of statements in business records.
Sustained. Dr. Cotton, in forming your conclusions in this case, you consider the opinions of other experts in your laboratory.
Yes, I do.
Did that take place in this case?
Yes, it did.
Did that take place with respect to all of the conclusions about matching patterns, that is, individuals who may match a sample versus individuals who may be excluded as the donor of a sample?
Yes.
And with respect to item 52, did those opinions conclude the same as you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Certainly.
Forming your own individual conclusions about this case, did you rely on or take into consideration the opinions of, for instance, Julie Cooper and Paula Yates?
Yes.
With respect to those particular opinions that you relied on, well, let me rephrase that. In reliance upon those opinions, did that lead to the formation of your own opinions in any way?
In my role in reviewing the case, I received the data and a draft report. The draft report indicates the opinion of the analyst who did the case. I have the option to agree or disagree with it or change the report. And at the end of this process of drafting the report, we have to agree on the conclusions so that we can both sign it.
I would object to the last portion of the answer and ask to be stricken.
Oh. Now, with respect to those opinions, first of all, as far as these draft opinions, did you change them in terms of their conclusions from when they were drafted by one of the analysts?
Objection is hearsay of the other analysts.
Oh.
I don't have exact recollection of whether I made any changes in the report. I know that I did not change the substance of the report, whether I made any grammatical changes or wording changes, to be more precise, I can't remember.
Did you make any changes in terms of conclusions about patterns or evidence items that matched known individuals?
No, I did not.
All right, then, Your Honor, if we could print this particular
Yes.
genetic marker film,
257 F1.
proceed to the last one. With respect to these individual markers, you've described the fact, Dr. Cotton, that this cocktail contains a combination of 4 markers, correct?
That's right.
And you have now described the individual films for each of those 4 markers?
That's right.
Do you stop at 4 markers, or do you use generally any more than that?
We have a 5th marker that we usually try to use and was used in this case.
And what's the name of that marker?
The marker is designated YNH24.
All right, Your Honor, I have one more original X-ray film that I'd ask be substituted for the already marked copy, which is 257G.
Yes.
Showing you, Dr. Cotton, what will be Exhibit 257G. Can you just tell us what that is?
This is the X-ray film that was produced using the probe YNH24.
And if you
Let's clear the telescope.
you could clear the arrows. Thank you. Now again, is your testing or your typing process at this genetic marker, which I believe you said was YNH24, taken from, again, the same membrane that each of the previous markers were tested from?
Yes.
As far as the controls, and without going into that in depth, do they appear appropriate as they should?
Yes, they do.
Now, referring to the evidence item, and if you can, again, focus on the Bundy stain number 52 and the stain from the Rockingham foyer, number 12. Let's start with number 12. Do you see banding patterns in that sample at this genetic marker?
Yes.
And if you would, please use the arrows again to describe those locations.
There you are.
Now, with regard to the Bundy stain, are there banding patterns in any locations on that particular, or in that particular lane?
Yes, there are.
All right. Could you describe where those are, please?
There's, again, these bands are faint. They are here and here.
Did you have an opportunity just a few moments ago to look at the original film on the light box that you have in front of you?
Yes, I did.
And by looking at, and by looking at it on that light box, were you able to see the 2 bands in the Bundy stain lane on this film?
Yes, I can. Or I did.
Now, as far as Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, are they possible donors of the DNA in those stains or not?
They are not.
Okay, if you could just show with respect to each one why that's the case.
Nicole Brown has 2 bands that are close together, and they're clearly in a different location than the 2 bands in the item 12 and from the 2 bands in item 52. Ronald Goldman has 2 bands also, one right here, and the second one down here. The upper one is relatively close in position to the upper bands in item 52 and item 12, but not in exactly the same position. And Mr. Goldman's lower band is in a position where there is no band at all in item 12 or item 52. So he's clearly excluded, as is Nicole Brown.
Now, with regard to Mr. Simpson, what can you say about him in terms of being excluded or included as a possible donor of the DNA in those 2 stains?
He is included.
All right. Why is that?
Mr. Simpson also has 2 bands, one here and another one here, and they are certainly in visually similar positions to the bands in item 52 and item 12.
All right. Your Honor, may a copy be printed of this auto read with the arrows.
57G1. Fair enough.
Dr. Cotton, with regard to, and let's start with item number 52, the Bundy stain. Is Mr. Simpson included or excluded as a donor of the DNA in that sample following your review of all of the x-rays regarding that particular sample?
Well, I would object as to the Bundy stain, and I would ask for just an instruction from the court. Just for,
You've made the objections noted. Proceed.
Mr. Simpson is included as a possible donor to that item.
How do you base that opinion? Is there a short way you can describe that from what you've just reviewed with the jury?
When you review the DNA bands from, we're on 52, right?
Yes.
Yes,
the Bundy
when you review, excuse me, when you review the DNA bands that are visible in the cocktail and in each individual film for that item, in each case they are consistent with the bands that are seen in Mr. Simpson's pattern.
And at how many different genetic markers is that the case?
Altogether, there are 5 genetic markers.
With respect to those 5 markers, is there a term you use when an individual cannot be excluded as a donor at a particular genetic marker using this RFLP process?
The term that you may be referring to is match, and that term implies that not only are the bands visually similar, but when analyzed on the computer imaging system and a DNA fragment size is calculated, that those sizes are also close enough together to confirm your visual interpretation that the patterns are very similar. So, in fact, when you go through that exercise, the bands in item 52 match the bands in Mr. Simpson.
As far as looking at these patterns from these various films with your eye, did Mr. Simpson match item number 52, the Bundy stain?
Yes.
As far as this imaging process or the use of the computer that you described, did he match at these 5 genetic marker locations the DNA found in the Bundy stain?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to the Foyer stain from the Rockingham Foyer, item number 12. Following your review of the material that you've just described in court, what statement, if any, can you make about Mr. Simpson and that particular stain?
The DNA banding pattern from item number 12 in the foyer matches the DNA banding pattern from Mr. Simpson.
With respect to this computer, this imaging device, what conclusions were reached with regard to that stain in Mr. Simpson?
Well, actually, what I just said was a compilation of both the visual assessment and the computer imaging data, and the 2 patterns do match.
As far as the possibility that Ronald Goldman or Nicole Brown contributed either of those stains, what can you say?
They definitely did not.
Okay, Dr. Cotton, with regard to these films that you've just described, there was a third evidence item on each of them, wasn't there?
Yes,
That was the boot stain for Mr. Goldman's shoe, number 78.
that's right.
All right. I'd like to, if you would, return to the podium and perhaps in a little shorter order with fewer questions, have you demonstrate the results of the testing of item number 78, the boot stain. Could you do that?
Sure.
Referring initially to 257A, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Clark, Mr. Neufeld, just for your information, I'm going to change court reporters at 2:30.
Very well.
Change court reporters at 2:30. Are you going to go the whole thing? Okay. What if I want to change court reporters? There will be a break.
Very good. Initially, Your Honor, I would ask permission to show Exhibit 99. That's a photograph of the bottom of the boot.
All right. Let's clear the telestrator.
All right, we can then move to Exhibit 257A.
Your Honor, sorry, could you do a very brief sidebar on this particular issue before we go forward?
All right, with court order.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Clark.
Dr. Cotton, can I ask you to come back down? Now, first of all, Dr. Cotton, are these the same films that you've just looked at and testified about with regard to the Bundy stain as well as the Foyer stain?
Yes.
Now, what I'd like to do is focus your attention in particular on what's labeled item number 78, the stain from Mr. Goldman's boot.
Yes.
First of all, is this what you referred to earlier as the cocktail film or cocktail X-ray?
Yes, it is.
All right, this is 257A, correct?
Yes. As far as banding patterns that are present for the boot, can you tell us about them? What do you see?
There are quite a few bands in this pattern, and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
When you see 11 bands, as you've just counted them, does that have any particular meaning to you as a DNA analyst?
Yes.
What?
If we have two bands, this is 4 probes went into this cocktail. If we have 2 bands with each probe, if we only had 1 person, the maximum number of bands we could have would be 8. The fact that we have 11 bands here means that we have more than 1 person here. And it generally, I would conclude that we have 2. I certainly wouldn't conclude that we have 3.
With regard to these bands, are there any other opinions you can offer, not just from the number of bands, but from also what appears to be differences in how dark the bands are?
The bands that are the first 8, these ones at the top, are all very easy to see. They're pretty intense. They're not all identical, but they're pretty intense. The 3 lower bands, this one, and this one, are much lighter. And from that, I would make a preliminary conclusion that I had 1 person there who had where there was a fair amount of DNA from that person, and a second person who is only represented, or who is represented by a much smaller amount of DNA.
Is the darkness of the bands themselves some indication of the relative amounts of DNA present?
As I've said earlier, that's the most useful and easiest way to think about bands being darker and lighter. There are a lot of technical things that can go into bands being darker and lighter, but of all the reasons why a band would be darker or lighter than another, the primary one is going to be how much DNA is present. Then there will be a whole series of secondary things that can affect the intensity as well.
Following your review of the banding patterns for the boot stain, did you reach any preliminary or other conclusions about which, if any, of the 3 persons, Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, or Ron Goldman, that could or could not have been donors of the DNA from that boot stain?
Yes, we did.
All right, can you describe those, please?
The initial conclusions that we made using just this film alone was that there was a DNA banding pattern, and that is the top 8 bands, that is consistent with the DNA banding pattern from Nicole Brown. And I know this is dark on the screen here, but she also has 8 bands in similar positions.
All right, if you could, would you mark those locations but use a different colored arrow? Now, with regard to the 3 bands that are lighter in intensity, and I'm referring to, again, the lane with the boot stain on it, and there are the 3 arrows in pink, are there any other individuals on this particular film that can either be excluded or included as possible donors of those bands?
Mr. Simpson does not have, he has a band down here that may be in about the same position as this one. He has no band in the vicinity where this last band, that is the lowest one in item 78, is. So he doesn't seem to be a possible donor to the DNA in item 78. Mr. Goldman has 3 bands in his pattern, and that's not his whole pattern, but the three lower bands in his pattern seem to be consistent with these three light bands. And I wouldn't want to make any further conclusion about those three light bands other than they're consistent with him, but that's about all you can say.
What about all of those bands in Mr. Goldman's sample that are above the three that you have marked where the three pink arrows are?
Based on this film, we can't tell if any of those other bands. Let me rephrase that. Based on this film, we can't tell whether or not there are any additional bands in item 78 that may or may not be consistent with Mr. Goldman's known sample.
Now, turning your attention to what appears to be the lower or bottommost band on Mr. Goldman near the bottom of the film.
Yes.
Do you see that?
I do. You're talking about this one
Yes.
right here?
Yes. Is there any band in that location in the evidence sample itself, the boot stain?
I don't recall that there is, but I'd like to look at the original to give you an answer.
All right, I was just going to say that. Before we do that, could we have this particular,
All right, let's move the exemplar arrow off the diagram, though, off the auto red.
The,
The current arrow, the live arrow, let's pull it off the
oh,
diagram.
this one.
Yeah, pull it off, okay. So there's no confusion.
and Your Honor, could this be?
This would be 257A2.
Very good.
All right, Mr. Fairley, do we have that captured?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Dr. Cotton, showing you the original film, could you look at the light box and see if there are any band in the location on the boot stain in a similar location to Mr. Goldman's lowermost band?
I don't see one that I would be happy interpreting. I don't think there is.
Now, does the fact that there's no band that you would be able to interpret from this particular film?
You want to clear the arrows on this?
And again, if you could point out, Dr. Cotton, just the location that we're talking about.
Can you move it up a little? There we go. All right, you were asking me if there's anything equivalent to this band in Mr. Goldman over here in item 78. I don't see anything, even when I look at the original film, that's clearly distinguishable in that area as a band.
As a result of simply this film from this cocktail, are you able to exclude or include Mr. Goldman as a donor of some of the DNA in that boot stain?
I really wouldn't want to make any conclusion based on this film alone.
Why not?
It's not enough information.
And when you say not enough information, what do you mean?
What I mean is there are 3 additional bands in item 78. They appear to be consistent with 3 of the bands in Mr. Goldman's pattern, but apart from that statement, it doesn't mean that it is his. From this film, you can't say that they match his in terms of his whole pattern. You can't say that Mr. Goldman is definitely a contributor to item 78. On the other hand, you can't say he's definitely not a contributor to item 78. So basically, from this film, you are making an inconclusive statement. I don't know is the bottom line regarding Mr. Goldman.
And would you want further information if you were able to obtain further information to make such a conclusion?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. Please be seated. And Mr. Clark, where would you like Dr. Cotton?
I'm sorry?
Where would you like Dr. Cotton? At the podium or at the?
I think the podium is the next order, or the same order of business.
All right, Dr. Cotton. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, I'm going to ask you to take one more look at the first single genetic marker film that involved a probe MS1 that's already been marked as People's Exhibit 257B as in boy.
Is 257B,
Yes.
which is,
257B is MS1.
Is that right, Dr. Cotton? Is this the single genetic marker film MS1?
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention again at this point just to the boot stain, item number 78. Did this genetic marker produce any banding results?
Yes, it did.
All right. Could you use the arrow and show us where they are?
There's a band right here. Second one here. A third one here. There is a fourth one on the film, and I can't distinguish where it is on the screen. Now, on the film, I know from reviewing all of the data that it's consistent with the lower band in Mr. Goldman's pattern, but I don't really want to try to put an arrow to it on the screen because, frankly, I can't see it on the screen.
Okay, let's break that up a little bit. When you say that there is a fourth band there, how do you know that?
Well, I just refreshed my recollection by looking at the film before they put it on the Elmo, and I know from reviewing the data in the case folder that this pattern on this film was analyzed separately on the computer imaging system as well. And not only, I mean, I see a band there, as did the other person who did the work, but
Sustained. That part's stricken.
the computer imaging system also picks out 4 bands in this pattern.
Let me ask you about that a little bit. When the computer imaging system picks out a band, but apparently that band was what? Would you call it faint, very weak, or what?
It's faint. It's sort of odd because the other faint bands, I mean, for example, the faint band in item 52, even on the screen, I can pretty much pick out where it is. However, I can't do that on the screen for the fourth band in item 78, although it's not difficult to see on the film.
And you're referring to what is not difficult to see on the film?
The fourth band in item 78 that I have not tried to put an arrow to on the screen.
All right. Now, just referring to the 3 arrows that you've placed under the boot stain number 78, can you make any statements about possible contributors of DNA from the 3 known samples from Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, and Ron Goldman?
Yes.
All right, would you describe that, please?
Well, from this film alone, you couldn't exclude any of the 3.
Now, by any of the 3, you're referring to Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, or Ron Goldman?
Yes.
Now, that opinion or that statement that you can't exclude anyone, is that limited to just the information on this single genetic marker alone?
That's limited. If you only had this as your information and you didn't have any other information, That's the conclusion I would come to based on this film by itself.
By looking at all of the films that relate to this particular evidence item, is Mr. Simpson included or excluded?
Based on all the films for this evidence item, he's excluded.
So he's not a potential donor of the DNA that you were able to determine from the boot stain.
That's right. Based on all of the data, he is not.
Okay, turning then to the other two potential donors based on this test or this single genetic marker, in particular Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman. Can you describe for us what it is about them that makes them potential donors?
The top band in item 78 and the lower band in item 78 that we can see here on the screen are consistent with the two bands in Nicole Brown. Yeah. Whoops. The middle band of the three that we can see on the screen is consistent with the upper band in Ronald Goldman. The band that I can't easily identify for you on the screen is in this vicinity down here, and based on all of the sizing data is consistent with this lower band, but I can't demonstrate it to you on the screen.
Based on the results that you were able to determine from this single genetic marker film as well as the cocktail that was immediately shown before this one, are there any conclusions just up to the point of your having looked at these two films about donors to the boot stain number 78?
The conclusions based on the two would be essentially similar to the conclusions based on the one. Nicole Brown is consistent with being a donor, and it's inconclusive at this point whether or not Ronald Goldman is a donor.
What do you mean inconclusive?
There's still not enough information to exclude him, and there's not really a sufficient amount of information to include him as a donor.
Is this a situation in which you would, if possible, like to have more information?
Yes.
All right. If we would, if we could then print this particular.
Yes, let's take the live arrow and take it off the diagram.
Dr. Cotton, can that one, take the one arrow?
Oh, I'm
that's still
sorry.
alive, so to speak, and just move it up to the top.
All right. So we don't confuse anything when we print this out.
Referring you, if I could, Dr. Cotton, now to what's been previously marked Exhibit 257C. Is that the same film that you described earlier involving the probe or the genetic marker MS31?
Yes.
That item we just printed, Your Honor, would that be 257?
B2.
Thank you. Now, referring you, Dr. Cotton, to this second single genetic marker, MS31, were banding patterns developed on, again, the boot stain?
Yes.
And could you use the arrows to describe their location?
There are two bands using this probe, MS31, from the boot stain, and I'm marking them with the arrows, and there are no additional bands in that lane that are visible, just these two.
First of all, with respect to Mr. Simpson, from this film alone, can you exclude him as a possible donor of either of the bands that appear in the lane involving the boot?
Yes, you can definitely exclude him.
Does that mean then he is excluded in total from having donated any DNA on the boot stain?
Yes.
Now, what about the remaining two individuals, Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman?
Well, neither of them are excluded. Nicole Brown has 2 bands that are, wait a minute. I have to do this. She has 2 bands, and they are in a similar position to the 2 bands that you see from item 78. Ronald Goldman has a single band with this probe. It is in virtually the same position as the single band, or the lower band in Nicole Brown's pattern. There is a band here in this position, but if there's any contribution in item 78 from a band that's consistent with Mr. Goldman, you couldn't tell because it overlaps with the 2 bands that are consistent with Nicole Brown. So this doesn't provide you any additional information as to whether there's anything else in 78 that's consistent with Mr. Goldman. You just couldn't tell from this information.
All right, first of all, that one arrow that's pointed to the right, unlike the direction of the other 3 arrows, did you use that direction simply so that you wouldn't overlap the arrow over the band in Mr. Goldman's lane?
That's right.
So there's no meaning to the direction of the arrow, it's just a matter of
No,
convenience.
that's right. It would have just covered up the band that I was about to talk about.
Now, following the cocktail X-ray film, and then these now 2 individual genetic markers, as far as your preliminary conclusion as to Nicole Brown being a potential donor of the DNA on the boot stain, is that still true after this second marker?
Yes, it is.
Is it also still true that with respect to Mr. Goldman, the results are inconclusive?
That's right.
In other words, he may or may not have been a donor or a possible donor of that DNA.
That's right.
All right, did you then turn to, again, a third genetic marker done alone and by itself?
Yes.
Would that be MS-43, or what was previously marked People's Exhibit 257E?
Yes.
E? E. E.
And could we print the image currently with the arrows, which would be 257C2. I'm sorry, 257D2. The previous film was 257D that was shown.
All right. All right, do we have any camera? All right, let's go to the telescope.
Did you have a chance, Dr. Cotton, did you have a chance to look at the MS-43
Yes.
film? Showing you now the MS-43 genetic marker film. First of all, is there information or banding patterns provided by the boot stain number 78?
Yes.
And could you again use the arrows to indicate what banding patterns exist?
It's 2 bands still in item 78, and I'm marking them with the arrows, and they are similar in position to the 2 bands from Nicole Brown.
Now, first of all, as far as Mr. Simpson is concerned, is he excluded at this marker as well as a donor of DNA from the boot stain?
Yes, he is.
Turning to Nicole Brown, you've just indicated with 2 arrows bands that are in the same relative position as those for the boot stain.
Yes.
What about Mr. Goldman?
There,
Sorry, did one of your arrows on Nicole Brown cover one of Mr. Goldman's bands?
yes, do you want me to make it be the other way?
If you could, just switch the direction like you did previously.
What am I doing wrong? I want to undo those, but it's,
Okay, just hit undo.
Now, as far as Mr. Goldman is concerned, are there banding patterns in his sample? Could you just describe where they are?
he has 2 bands for this probe, and they are here and here.
Now, what about the presence of any bands in any similar location in the boot stain itself?
There really are not any other additional bands in the boot stain that can be clearly seen. So we don't have any additional information about whether he's included or excluded.
Now, as a result of this genetic marker, is Nicole Brown still a possible donor of the DNA found on the boot stain?
Yes.
Is Mr. Goldman excluded now at this point or not?
No.
Why not?
There haven't been, if you look in the boot stain and you look at the few bands that we've seen that are not consistent with Nicole Brown, they are consistent with Mr. Goldman. So, but there are not very many of them. So basically, you're not coming to any strong conclusion thus far.
And would the results, as far as he's concerned, and this stain still remain inconclusive?
Yes.
Okay. Could we then print this? And could you take the arrow, Dr. Cotton, and move it up high? I believe that would be 257 E2, you're up.
257 E2. All right, that one's captured.
Can you turn your attention to what's been previously marked 257F? Is that the film related to the marker G3 that you described earlier?
Yes, it is.
All right. And again, Dr. Cotton, directing your attention to banding patterns that exist in the boot stain. Could you indicate any bands that are present?
With this probe, and based on just looking at the film, there are 3 bands, 2 that are darker, and a single one that is quite light but is right here.
So in other words, you have now shown with 3 different arrows what appear to be 2 bands of, at least in comparison to the bottom arrow, 2 bands of greater intensity and one you've described as lighter than the intensity of the first 2 below those first 2.
That's right.
Now, as far as this particular genetic marker is concerned, what statement, if any, can you make about possibility that Nicole Brown and or Ron Goldman could have contributed to DNA found on the boot stain of this marker?
Nicole Brown could have been a contributor, and the results with regard to Ronald Goldman are still inconclusive. The single band here that's lighter is consistent with his upper band. There is no lower band that we can see, and this secondary pattern, that is the light bands that we've seen all along, if there were a band down here, we would we may or may not be able to see it. So essentially, with regard to Ronald Goldman, the results are still inconclusive. With regard to Nicole Brown Simpson, she's still included.
Could you place 2 arrows on the appropriate bands for Nicole Brown? And could that be printed and marked, Your Honor, as 257 F2?
So marked.
Incidentally, Dr. Cotton, before we leave this particular film, is there any statement you can make about Mr. Simpson's banding pattern and the boot stain?
He's excluded from as being a donor of the DNA from the boot stain.
Incidentally, you've described the fact that he was excluded as a donor on at least one other earlier genetic marker. Does it make any difference if you're excluded at one genetic marker or all the genetic markers that you look at?
If you were asking a question about paternity, it would. If you're comparing 2 DNA samples and you're asking if they could be from the same person, then you would normally expect to have multiple exclusions unless the people were related. In this case, there are multiple exclusions, so there's no doubt that he's excluded as being a donor to the DNA in item 78.
All right, and lastly, referring to the 5th genetic marker that you described with regard to the Bundy stain and Foyer stains, that is YNH24.
Yes.
Your Honor, referring to People's Exhibit 257G, I'd like to show that to the witness as well.
Yes.
Dr. Cotton. Referring you to this last genetic marker, YNH24, are there any banding patterns on this X-ray film with regard to the boot stain?
Yes.
And could you use the arrows again and describe their location?
There are 2 bands close together, and I'm marking them with the arrows.
With regard to the individuals, that is, the 3 individuals, the known samples, can you make any statement, first of all, about Mr. Simpson as being a possible donor of the DNA on the boot stain?
He is excluded.
What about Nicole Brown?
She is included. She has 2 bands also in a similar position to the ones in the boot stain.
And could you use the arrows again to note their location, that is, in her sample? And then lastly, what about Mr. Goldman?
There are no additional bands with this probe from the boot stain, so there's no information. That is, he doesn't seem to be there based on this probe alone, and based on the compilation of the data, it doesn't add anything to what we've already seen.
So with respect to Mr. Goldman, after having reviewed the cocktail X-ray as well as the 5 individual genetic marker locations, what statement can you ultimately make about Mr. Goldman and the stain material from the boot?
Based on all of the information together, he cannot be definitively excluded, but he cannot be definitively included either. So the results regarding Mr. Goldman and item 78 are inconclusive.
What about Nicole Brown and the DNA found in that stain from the boot?
Based on all of the films, she is included based on the computer imaging data. The bands that are consistent with Nicole Brown in item 78 do match the bands in the known sample from Nicole Brown.
From the 5 different, and actually, I'm sorry, let me ask that again, but if we could first, and if you would move that arrow up a little higher, and then we'll print this image. Your Honor, may this be marked 257G2.
So, Mark.
Dr. Cotton, actually, you could resume the witness stand, if you would. As far as Nicole Brown is concerned, and I believe you just stated that she, in fact, could be a donor of the stained material from the boot.
Yes.
What's that based on? In other words, how many genetic markers and how many bands?
5 genetic markers and 10 bands.
As far as Mr. Goldman is concerned, how many bands were you able to detect? Well, let me rephrase that. Other than the 10 bands from Nicole Brown, how many additional bands were you able to determine existed in this stain?
Objection is to the term from, given the ruling before regarding mixtures.
Sustained.
Other than the 10 bands, well, let me ask you this question. How many bands total did you detect in this evidence, this boot stain?
Altogether, between the cocktail and the other probes, there are 12. There are 11 in the cocktail, and there is 1 band on MS1 that you can see that does not show up in the cocktail. So that brings it to a total of 12 bands altogether.
Now, what about when you add in that 5th genetic marker, YNH24? Does that add any more bands to the total number that you detected?
Yes. Okay, we have 11 in the cocktail. We have an additional one in MS1 that you don't see in the cocktail. And then from YNH24, so that's 12. And from YNH24, we have 2 more. So that brings it to a total of 14.
Did Nicole Brown's known sample match 10 of those 14 bands?
Yes,
That left 4 more bands, is that right?
that's right.
That didn't come from her?
That's right.
Could they have come from Ronald Goldman?
They could have.
But your results overall in evaluating the entire results as far as he is concerned are what?
They're inconclusive because we only have 4 bands and he has 9, so we only have a partial bit of information, and we don't know what the other, we know that 4 bands is only part of somebody's pattern, given the number of probes we've looked at, and we don't know what the other bands in that pattern look like, so we can't say anything further.
Your Honor, in light of the witness's answer, I move to strike that portion of the answer because it was speculative, because you said it was inconclusive.
Overruled.
Incidentally, as far as children are concerned, and let's take, for instance, either the Bundy stain item 52 or the Foyer stain item 12. Do you recall your testimony about those 2 items,
Yes,
and in particular the DNA?
yes,
And you described how those items, in fact, match the DNA of Mr. Simpson.
yes.
What about children of an individual? Is children's DNA the same or different from a parent's?
Different.
Why is it different?
Because the child is only going to inherit half of the DNA from each parent. You know, this is a lot easier to do on a diagram than verbally,
Okay. Would it help
but
you?
you'll have to,
Excuse me, I thought we went through this once already.
I think we did a little bit, Your Honor. I'd like to go into it in a little more detail.
I don't think so.
All right.
it won't be the same. The child's DNA will not be the same as the parent's DNA. And there, actually, I should make an
Actually, doctor, there's no question pending at this point.
okay.
Proceed.
Can you briefly describe why they're different without the aid of a diagram?
I thought we got that you get half from each.
I think it bears a little bit of explanation.
I don't think so.
Very
Let's
good.
move on.
Do you have, in terms of your RFLP testing in this case, one further set of autorads?
Yes,
And what do they relate to?
they relate to item 13,
When you say item 13, what are you talking about?
the sock.
With court's permission, I'd like to show just one of the photographs of the sock that's been previously marked as an exhibit. Exhibit 169, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, Dr. Cotton, do you have with you the films from your testing of the sock?
Yes,
And could you hand them to me? And with the court's permission, we will have you describe the same process. First of all, is that the only evidence item on these particular films?
yes,
On these films, do they also include the same known samples from the three parties in this case?
yes.
All right, if you could, and I'm going to ask you to step down here. Your Honor, if we could have marked as what I believe would be 258A.
258A. This is going to be the top T.
Yes. Dr. Cotton, showing you what will be marked People's Exhibit 258A. Can you just tell us what that is?
This is the cocktail film.
Doctor, you're going to have to turn around and talk to the jury here.
This is the cocktail film that has the 3 known samples on it and the DNA that was obtained from item 13, which is the sock.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Cotton, referring you to what's now on the projector screen, you have described that as the cocktail X-ray film for the evidence item number 13, which is the sock.
Yes, I have.
Now, with regard to the various controls, and I believe you've described the controls are the boxed planes at the very top, are those the same types of controls or the same controls as you've described earlier with regard to the other evidence items?
Yes, they are. Except that there is no K562 cell line DNA on this film. There is the normal TDS DNA on this film.
Why isn't there the K562?
I don't actually know why it wasn't loaded on this film. It may have been just to make sure there was plenty of space between each sample. It doesn't make any difference in the analysis whether it's there or not there.
Why not?
Because we don't have standard sizes for those bands yet, we're not using it officially as a standard. One of the reasons we're putting it on films is so that we can accumulate sizes for that DNA. So our standard that we want to check very closely is the TDS, and that serves the function of having a known human DNA on this gel.
That's the member of your laboratory again, TDS.
Yes.
From looking at this particular X-ray film, does it appear that this test worked properly?
Yes, it does.
Did you obtain banding patterns for the sock? That is, DNA removed from the sock.
Yes, we did.
All right, could you, with the pointer again, then indicate the location of those banding patterns in the sock? Now, you have indicated with 8 arrows what appear to be 8 bands, is that correct?
That's right.
It looks like there is 1 band and then a little lower, 2 bands fairly close together,
Yes,
and then another band below that,
and that would be this one.
and 1 below that,
Yes,
and then what appear to be 3 bands fairly close together.
yes.
Now, can you examine the banding patterns from Nicole Brown, Ron Goldman, as well as Mr. Simpson? And first of all, can you tell us if any individuals on this particular film are excluded as possible donors of that DNA?
Yes, there are individuals on the film that are excluded.
Okay, let's start with that.
Mr. Simpson's known sample is in this lane, and he is excluded. The bands in the sock do not line up with the bands in Mr. Simpson's pattern. There's also one down here.
So Mr. Simpson could not have donated that DNA that was found on the sock.
That's right.
All right, what about the remaining 2 individuals?
Mr. Goldman could not have donated the DNA on the sock. That pattern is clearly different than the pattern on the sock.
So he would be excluded as a donor of the bloodstains found on that sock?
That's right. He would be excluded.
What about Nicole Brown?
Nicole Brown is not excluded. She has 8 bands, and they are consistent and in similar positions to the DNA bands that are found on the sock.
And could you use the arrow again to show us the location of her bands on this particular film? Now, if you would, just move the pointer on up to the top. As a result of your interpretation of this initial autorad, this film, this cocktail film, what conclusions, if any, could you reach?
The conclusions that you can reach from this film are that Mr. Simpson and Mr. Goldman could not have been the donor of the DNA found on the sock, and Nicole Brown could be the donor of the DNA found on the sock.
The material that you received in the laboratory, and I'm referring to number 13, sock, what did you actually receive?
We received DNA that had been extracted by the laboratory for the California Department of Justice.
What form did you receive it in?
It was in a liquid form.
So you didn't receive the sock itself?
No, we didn't.
All right. What was the next step in this process of analyzing this particular evidence item?
Next step is the same as the set of films we saw before, and that is to go through with each probe one at a time and identify the bands that are seen individually with each probe.
Would, again, MS1 be an appropriate place to begin?
Sure.
The single genetic marker?
Sure.
And could this be marked 258B, Your Honor?
258B.
And I'm sorry, I don't believe I asked if we could print the current image, but I'm
No, but you may.
told from my ears that that's already being done. And would that image be 258A1?
Correct.
With regard, and before we do that, while this is still on the screen, Dr. Cotton, as far as these 8 bands that are in the sock DNA itself, do they match the 8 bands from Nicole Brown?
Yes, they do.
Now, turning your attention, if I can, to what will be Exhibit 258B. Could you examine that particular X-ray? And with the court's permission, I'd like to display that. Dr. Cotton, referring to 258B, that X-ray film is from your testing at what genetic marker?
MS1.
All right, and did it produce banding patterns for the DNA from the sock?
Yes, it did.
Could you indicate with the arrow the locations of those bands? Now, starting with Mr. Simpson's sample off to the left, could he have been a donor of the DNA found at those 2 bands? I'm sorry, the DNA found at this genetic marker is reflected by those 2 bands you've just marked?
No,
Or is he excluded?
He's excluded.
What about Ron Goldman?
He is also excluded.
Why is that?
Well, he has 2 bands also, but they are not in the same position as the 2 bands seen in the DNA from the sock.
What about Nicole Brown?
She is not excluded.
Why is that?